Halo Bunda, kami tim Bidan Sahabat Bunda Yogyakarta.
Bidan Sahabat Bunda menyediakan pelayanan kebidanan hingga komplementer terapi, antara lain promil, kesehatan bunda anak, KB, imunisasi, USG, prenatal yoga, newborn photoshoot, mom and baby spa, hingga hipnopearting class. Pastikan kesehatan bunda dan si kecil didampingi oleh bidan cerdas, berkelas dan berkualitas bersama kami, Bidan Sahabat Bunda. Bidan Sahabat Bunda menyediakan
Lights, camera, action.
I see you looking at my PIC. I know. 그게 땡겨 땡겨 좀 더 땡겨 봐봐 기동차지. Hey. Zoom in, zoom out, okay. Zoom in, zoom out, okay. Zoom in, zoom out, okay. Baby 확하게 확대 확실하게 I'm feeling like $1,000,000, yeah.
Jadi pelahir di negeri Indonesia, bertugas mengabdi kepada masyarakat dengan hati yang tulus, membantu masyarakat untuk mewujudkan Indonesia sehat. Bangkitkan semangatmu, bulatkanlah tekadmu, berikan pelayanan yang berkualitas sehat. Jadi bidang siaga, siap antar dan jaga untuk mewujudkan Indonesia sehat. Bangkitkan semangatmu, bulatkanlah tekadmu, berikan pelayanan yang berkualitas sehat. Jadi bidang siaga, siap antar dan jaga untuk mewujudkan Indonesia sehat. Untuk mewujudkan Indonesia sehat.
morning. The Honorable Director of Health Polytechnic Surakarta, Mr. Sudiro, M.Mid, which represented by all Deputy Director, Mr. Sudiro, M.Mid. The head of Midwifery Department, Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, Mrs. Rini Handajani, Registered Midwifery, to the distinguished speaker of the International Webinar, Indonesia faces the available country of the presidents for teenagers and nation. Once again, thankful for your present, Mr. and Mrs. Lecturer, and we want to say thank for all of the seminar participants who attended this international webinar with the day. Indonesia faces the danger effect of the presidents for teenagers and nation. Ladies and gentlemen, on this last occasion, let me deliver the structure of the events today as follows. The first is opening. The second is singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and continue with the march of the Health Polytechnic of Surakarta. The third is speech from the chairman of the Kemenkes. On the fourth is a speech from head of the Midwifery Department, Health Polytechnic of Surakarta. Fifth is the speech from the director of Health Polytechnic of Surakarta. The sixth is prayer. Seventh is the core event webinar about Indonesia faces the danger effects of these export changes and nation. And the last closing. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy. So we can attend and participate in these events without any obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, let's open this event by singing Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make this event beneficial for all of us and this event can run smoothly and conducively. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. To the distinguished staffs, please stand up. it would disclaim research or allow that to be seen. Ladies and gentlemen, in this upcoming occasion, allow us to introduce ourselves. I'm Anissa Dewanti and my friend, Alia Fatma, as the master of ceremony who guide the event this morning. And first, let me read the participant rules today as follow. Participant rules for international webinar. First, participants in the room are provided no later than 15 minutes before the event starts. Zoom capacity is 800 participants. Those who cannot train Zoom can join YouTube. Second, the name of participant in this international seminar must use real name, not device name or institutional name. Third, participants who get Zoom access must be in front of the camera and their Zoom and behave quality. Fourth, participants are highly expected to mute when speakers were delivering material. Fifth, all participants who take part in international seminars via Zoom on YouTube can ask questions by filling out the question form. Sixth, the moderator will only ask a few questions to the speakers due to the limited discussion time. Seven, certificates will be distributed to participants sent via email, respectively, for those who took part in this event from start to finish and fill out the evaluation form. 8. Participants must be in attendance on the link that will be shared during the event via chat Zoom with a duration of 90 minutes. 9. Evaluation will be shared at the end of the event. And the last is participants who do not fill out the Google registration form before the event starts do not be attended with an evaluation will not get a certificate. And also today, this event is supported by Bank BTN, Bank Data, Bank BRI, KBK, Klinik Pratama Mall Intro, DPR SPW, Bidang Sahabat Muda, and Analyze Mom and Baby Staff. We thank to those who have supported this event. And there's a good news for all of the audience that the one of our sponsorship called Analyze Mom and Baby Staff has prepared after this first prize for the last audience, but there are some requirements that so online can tell us. Okay, the requirements are first, you have to follow Adelaide's Instagram at adelaide's.lisa. Second, make an audio story about today's webinar and Adelaide's. And third, don't forget to mention Adelaide's Instagram. And then, the most interesting story will get the prize from the Adelaide's. Yes, you're right. So you can create your own IG story as interesting as possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next section is the performance of things from the outstanding miracle creative work. MC from Midwifery Department by Bella Ismail. She'll performing a beautiful song entitled Stand Up For Me. For Bella Isma, I will play this year. Department by Bella Ismail. She'll performing a beautiful song entitled Stand Up For Me. For Bella Isma, I will play this year.
to sleep at night. We are living through such troubled time, and every child that reaches home for someone to hold, for one moment they become mine. And how can I pretend that I don't know what's going on when every second and every minute I know that soul is gone. And I believe that in my life I will see and into hopelessness of giving up, of suffering. If we are stand together this one time, then I will give behind, stand up for life, stand up and hear me sing, stand up for love. On this path, and hopefully, and every day, that's how I know that things are gonna change. So how can I tell that I don't know what's going on when every second and every minute I know the soul is gone, and I believe that in my life I will see into hopelessness or giving up or suffering. If we all stand together this one time, then one will get left behind. Stand up for love, stand up for love, and it don't start right here, and it's not right now. Oh, but so stand up, man, and the rest will follow. All together for all the love. I'm gonna sing this song. Ten in my life, I will see. And in
As the chairman of the International Webinar Conference, time is yours. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sudiro Kemenkes, the head of Midwifery Department, Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, Mrs. Handajani, M.Mid, and the amazing speakers of International Webinar 2022, and our lecturer for the Department of Midwifery, Health Polytechnic of Surakarta. We thank you for your presence, Mr. and Mrs. Lectures, at the International Webinar 2022. To welcome all international webinar participants. First of all, I'd like to thank Almighty God. It's because of Him we can attend this event. Second, salat and salam was be delivered of Prophet Muhammad SAW, who brought us from the darkness to this bright modern era that we live in. And once again, I'd like to thank all participants of International Webinar 2022 for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Lutfi Harnisa, head of International Webinar 2023 event committee. I'm so glad and grateful that God giving us thinking skill that are not living being, which is what we call special. We can obtain advantage and benefit of life that we have super privilege. An example is the use of Google, a software that can find anything we want to know. But the information does not distinguish between positive and negative information. We need knowledge and the selection related to the detecting of information found on Google and various social media platforms. Moreover, the increasing widespread circulating about promiscuity among teenagers make me more confident taking the term of promiscuity with the title, we can see Indonesian faces danger effect of free sex for teenagers and nations. Therefore, try to ask yourself, can you accept all the action detect? Remember, all decisions in are yours hands. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Philipina for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're moving to the next speech. We are inviting Mrs. Handajani Midwifery as the head of Midwifery Department of Polytechnic of Surakarta to give the first speech as welcoming for International Webinar. To Mrs. Handajani Midwifery, time and place with yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Director of Surakarta Polytechnic, Bapak Sudiro as M.Mid, today is represented by Vice Director Bapak M.Mid. Director all speakers, Prof. Datuk Dr. Hajjah Bibi Florina A, represented by Bapak Dr. Rini bin Sudiro. Director speaker from Philippines, Bapak Dr. Bañez, PhD, RN. The honorable represented by Ibu Galuh from Indonesia, Ibu Galuh Setia Magister Psikologi Psikologs. The honorable Ibu Dr. Emy Nurjasmi, Kemenkes. The honorable the head department of Jamu, the Honorable the head of Department Food and Pharmacy Analysis, the Honorable the head department of Pharmacy, the Honorable the Secretary of Department of Midwifery, the Honorable of Head of Promiscuity, K3 and before also profession, and the Honorable Student Coordinator, the Honorable all lecturers and all educational personnel, the Honorable all committees, and the Honorable all participant webinar. Very warm greeting to all the participants and the audience here for this seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Let us praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who is pleasing us, always with us, so that we can all be here in good condition and healthy. Today, we will have webinar international by midwifery student of Polytechnic, Polytechnic Surakarta. Firstly, I would like to thank the committee for organizing the international webinar for the benefit of all students. With their continuous effort and will to do something for society and move up toward a successful and fulfilling work, we all had the opportunity to present here together. This informative webinar will not only guide us or educate us regarding the variety of this pertaining. Well, the first one is increase knowledge and open up insight to the general public, especially to hardworking students in the field of midwifery, about the importance of knowledge and vigilance regarding promiscuity through the International Midwifery Webinar will be presented clearly and discussed in more detail and especially. The second one is provide more understanding to have worker, midwife student and also public about the importance of knowledge and awareness of promiscuity. We are surely that grateful for this prospect. Midwife have many rules. Yeah, one of the rules is in regarding the reproductive health for teenage. Midwives have played a major role in provision of health services, especially for women's reproductive health and sexual health, including in the post-disaster period. However, there are data that show that increased effort are still needed to answer the need for comprehensive women's reproductive health and sexual health services for the fulfillment of human rights, especially women's, infant, toddler, and adolescent. When women and adolescents, especially girls, have control over decisions about their reproductive life, maternal and child mortality, morbidity rates decrease, and family thrive. That's the purpose of this webinar. I think that's all my opening speech. Welcome to the webinar. Hope you can enjoy and you can follow up to the finish. And thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much to visit Rini and the International Midwifery for the speech. Now, we invite Mr. Sudiro as the M.Mid, the Director of Polytechnic of Surakarta, to give an opening speech for the International Webinar, which is represented by our first director, Mr. Widodo M.Mid. Tone is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Putri. Ya, can you hear my voice? Apakah suara saya terdengar?
Terdengar, Bapak.
Oke, terima kasih. Oke. Yeah, thank you very much for the time given to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Shalom. Previously, allow me as Deputy Director of Academic Affairs to read the director's remarks because there was an urgent task that he had to be completed, so he appointed me to represent him. The Honorable Dr. Emy Nurjasmi, Magister of Health, as the Chairman of IBI, Indonesian Midwives Association, as well as a guest speaker in this international seminar. The Honorable, the head of the School of Midwifery, along with the all lecturers and educational staff, and the head of Traditional Medicine School, Pharmaceutical and Food Analysis School, and Pharmacy School of the Health Polytechnic of Surakarta. The honored and proud of all invited guests and seminar participants. Our sincere appreciation to our speaker today. First, Dr. Tukimin bin Sanswito from Malaysia. I think we already met you before pandemic, Dr. Tukimin. Then, second, Dr. Christopher R. Bañez, PhD from the Philippines, Makandangu Makapo. And the third, Ms. Galuh Setia M.Mid from Yogyakarta. I also would like to extend a warm thank you and appreciation for the Midwifery Students Association and the National Seminar participant. First of all, let us always express our gratitude toward Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, whose blessing and guidance are always with us, so that we all can be here in good condition and health to attend this International Midwifery Seminar. As the director of the Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, I'm very proud of Midwifery School and the Student Association who have successfully held international seminar for the umpteenth time. International seminar with the theme Pergaulan Bebas, Indonesia face the danger effect of free sex for teenagers and nations. It's very useful for the younger generation in preventing free sex for young people because the younger generation will recognize the danger. In addition, holding international seminar is also an effort to increase student competency toward globalization and also strongly support the vision of the Health Polytechnic of Surakarta at an international standard in 2035. I hope that in the future, midwifery school students can increase the frequency of international level activity so that Health Polytechnic of Surakarta truly becomes an institution that is ready to go to international. To the all speakers, we are very honored to welcome you to the Health Polytechnic of Surakarta. Our sincerest thanks for your time and willingness to share your inspiring information today. With the permission of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, let us open this international seminar held by Midwifery Student Association with the title Pergaulan Bebas, Indonesia face the danger effect of free sex for teenager and nation, with we open together with the reading Lafaz Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I think that's all that I can deliver. Good luck for everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mr. Riono with a special speech and willingness to open this event. The next event is prayer. The prayer will be led by Mr. Paryono Escape Nurse Anchor. Mr. Paryono, now time and place is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, for Internasional Webinar Poltekkes of Surakarta. Recovering Indonesia face the danger effect of suicide for teenager and Malaysia. I'm sorry, I pray, I through the stand of the activity, please welcome to according our arrangement. Alhamdulillah minas syaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammadin wa ala ali. Allahumma ighfir lil mu'minina wal mu'minat, muslimin wal muslimat, al ahya'i wal amwat, bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbana dzlamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana fir lana dzunubana israfana fi amrina wa tsabbit aqdamana ansurna ala qawmil kafirin. Tapi billahi robba wa fil islami dina wa bi Muhammadin nabiyya wa rasulah. Tapi dzikr ma wa jibni fahma wa janna shodiqin. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, terangilah kami dengan ilmu yang disinarkan pada hari ini, ya Allah. Berikanlah karunia kepada kami untuk memahaminya. Rabbana dzlamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, berikanlah ampunan kepada ibu bapak kami, ya Allah. Para pemimpin kami, ya Allah, yang salah dan hilaf, ya Allah. Luruskanlah jalan mereka, ya Allah, untuk menuju jalan yang terang, jalan yang Engkau ridhoi, ya Allah. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, jika pada saat ini jurusan kebidanan melaksanakan seminar internasional, ya Allah, berikanlah anugerah, berikanlah cahaya sehingga jurusan kebidanan bisa dilihat di masyarakat, baik nasional maupun internasional. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Salamun alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much to Ms. Natalia as Kemenkes for the time. After this, there will be a presentation from some of our extraordinary webinar speakers, be guided by our session moderator. So now, we will go to the main point, namely the webinar with the name Indonesia faces the danger attacks of free sex for teenagers and nation. This webinar will be presented by our extraordinary moderator. But first, allow us to read her CV. By our session moderator. So now, we will go to the main point, namely the webinar with the name Indonesia faces the danger attacks of free sex for teenagers and nation. This webinar will be presented by our extraordinary moderator. But first, allow us to read her CV as outstanding experience. Can you tell us our session moderator? So now, we will go to the main point, namely the webinar with the name Indonesia faces the danger attacks of free sex for teenagers and nation. This webinar will be presented by our extraordinary moderator. But first, allow us to read her CV as outstanding experience. Can you tell us our session moderator? So now, we will go to the main point, namely the webinar with the name Indonesia faces the danger attacks of free sex for teenagers and nation. This webinar will be presented by our extraordinary moderator. But first, allow us to read her CV as outstanding experience. Session moderator. So now, we will go to the main point.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for yeah, the two incredible MCs for today. Thank you so much. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me today as your moderator at the International Webinar. Indonesia faces the danger effect of free sex for teenagers and nation.
It's incredible MCs for today. Thank you so much.
Ya, mohon maaf, memang tampaknya suara agak sedikit menggema, tapi saya berharap bahwa suara saya tetap terdengar baik di antara teman-teman. Oke, baik. Yeah. So today is a very special day because we will talk about the danger for a teenager, especially about the free sex. It's not all about the teenager, but also about the nation, Indonesia especially. But the most important things for today is we would like to invite to our speakers, our eminent speakers for today's event. And the first is Dr. Tukimin bin Sansuweto from Lincoln University, Malaysia, as he will represent Professor Datuk Dr. Hajjah Bibi Florina A. And also we would like to invite another speaker for today. But first thing first, let us all listen from Mr. Tukimin, Dr. Tukimin. Hello, Mr. Tukimin.
Yeah, hello. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we will talk about the sex behavior and its impact. Dr. Tukimin bin Sansuweto from Lincoln University, Malaysia. He will talk about the sex behavior and its impact. Especially, we will talk about the teenager and the nation. As we will know, if we talk about the teenager, we'll talk about the next generation. So it's not just about how it affects to the teenager, but also for the future in this generation. So everyone, please welcome Mr. Dr. Tukimin bin Sansuwito from Lincoln University, Malaysia, to speak about the sex behavior and its impact. Mr. Tukimin, the time is yours.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity. Yeah. I respected to the Indonesian, director of the Midwifery Association.
Bin Sansuwito from Lincoln University, Malaysia, to speak about the sex behavior and its impact. Mr. Tukimin, the time is yours.
Okay. No, okay, I respected the director of Polytechnic Surakarta and then head of. Okay, thanks for the opportunity. Yeah. I respected to the Indonesian, director of the Midwifery Association.
Bin Sansuwito from Lincoln University, Malaysia, to speak about the sex behavior and its impact. Mr. Tukimin, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay. The sound is double. No, okay,
the sound is double.
And then head of. Okay, thanks for the opportunity. Yeah. I respected to. Okay, maybe I can the Indonesian director of the Midwifery Association.
Bin Sansuwito from Lincoln University, Malaysia, to speak about the sex behavior and its impact. Mr. Tukimin, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the sound is double.
Sorry
for okay, the sound is double. Slideshow, please. Slideshow.
Okay, I think. Okay,
yeah.
the audio is going.
Maybe during I explain, please. Maybe others can unmute first because there's there are some the double sound.
Okay, I think the double sound is already fixed. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go to the first slide, please. First slide. Okay, actually, our topic actually very hot topic, about the sex and about the pre-sex, So we know that Solo actually has a very nice song, yang Malam Minggu Kota Solo, like that. Actually, it is very inspire me also, associate with the behavior, Please go to the first slide, please, when we talk about the sex, so we have to look here from the different angles, because scientifically we recognize that sex is one human need, but psychologically the sex actually associated with the instinct, or maybe look like the animals, instinctive that we have to control, scientifically, scientifically we understand that we have we recognize the human need, specifically based on the Maslow hierarchy human need. Please slide slow, please. Slideshow. We recognize especially the very basic human need actually is physiological need, such as food, drink, including sexuality. Sexuality actually was recognized as the basic human need. The human normally will feel full before able to perform or to achieve the higher level of the need. Then other than that, so in physiological need, such as food, drink, including sexuality. Sexuality actually was recognized as the basic human need. The human normally will feel full before able to perform or to achieve the higher level of the need. Because then other than that, so in physiological need, such as food, drink, including sexuality. Sexuality actually was recognized as the basic human need. The human normally will feel full before able to perform or to achieve the higher level of the need. Yeah, because then other than that, so in physiological need, yes, such as food, drink, include sexuality. Sexuality actually was recognized as the basic human need. Yeah, that the human normally will feel full before able to perform or to achieve the higher level of the need. Yeah, because then other than that, so in physiological need, yes, such as food, drink, include sexuality. Sexuality actually was recognized as the basic human need. Yeah, that the human normally will feel full before able to perform or to achieve the higher level of the need. Yeah, because then other than that, so in physiological need, yes, such as food, drink, include sexuality. Sexuality actually was recognized as the basic human need. Yeah, that the human normally will feel full before able to perform or to achieve the higher level of the need. Yeah, because then other than that, so in physiological need, yes, such as food, drink, include sexuality. Sexuality actually was recognized as the basic human need. Yeah, that the human normally will feel full before able to perform or to achieve the higher level of the need. Yeah, because then other than that, so in free sexuality. Yeah, free sexuality. Yeah, so we recognize that the term premarital basic human need. The human one of the common free sexual activities also. Yeah, they actually consider as the unadaptive sexual behavior. Yeah. Hello, where is the slide? Okay. If any issue with the slide, actually I can share the screen from my laptop. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, the sound is good, but
Yeah.
the problem is about the sound is double. So we need to
Okay.
fix it, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. So how to resolve? Is it can be resolved?
Okay.
All of the, I mean, the microphone should be mute, and then I can share
Yeah.
my screen. Maybe there is maybe one solution, right?
Okay, for everyone, to all the participants, saya mengimbau untuk dapat secara otomatis mute mic-nya masing-masing sehingga tidak ada double suara seperti yang tadi kita dengar. Begitu ya. Apakah paham semuanya untuk seluruh participants? Okay. I think the sounds is already fixed. So please, Mr. Tsukimin, the time is yours again. Back to you again.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So I think can you see my screen maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Our topic actually is now sex behavior, and its impact. Yeah, so we will narrate it down to the free sex. Behavior, and specifically on the teenage or premarital sexual activity. Yeah. Okay. This will be actually explain that the sexual activity in Malaysia and Indonesia, only can be performed within the boundaries. Actually, the context of sexuality in our science actually come from the human need, and from the love and belonging, based on the Maslow hierarchy. Then should be performed under boundaries, within the boundaries. Malaysia and Indonesia actually strong with the social norm, then with the religion values. Then we agree that sexual activities only can be done after marriage. Therefore, the marital status actually is one very strong norm in Malaysia and Indonesia. However, some people mention that sexuality is about the right of human right. So we can conclude from this slide that the sexual activity, acceptable sexual activity, only within the boundaries. After marriage, then we have to consider the religion and others. Beyond the boundaries, outside of the boundaries, so that will become an issue. Normally we will call as the free sexual activity. Or sometimes also we call it as the premarital sexual, but however some marriage couple, some marriage people also they perform the sexuality other than their couple actually sometimes. So they also consider as the outside of the boundaries, so consider as the free sexual activities. Okay, let me see the sexual orientation. However, some people may be married, but some people has a view, the sexual orientation, that produce the free sexual behavior. There are a few types of the sexual orientation, such as straight actually the normal. However, the term actually this overlap, but with this term actually we can find in the published literature as a straight actually normal mean actually the people will attract to the opposite gender. That is the normal. And then lesbian actually female and female. Gay actually same with the homosexuality. Heterosexual, bisexual. Actually, the term overlap one each other. Then asexual is actually one style also. Actually, people don't intention to do don't attract others gender to do the sexuality. Queer actually also there's actually the term to mention other than straight also. Then polysexual actually other than straight also can be called by the polysexual, include the pansexual. However, there are some sexual orientation. There is not choice. Not choice. It doesn't mean there are a few types. As got straight, normal, then got lesbian, then gay, then people can choose. Might be choose two, straight and lesbian, straight and gays. We call it as the heterosexual also, as the bisexual also. So we have to highlight that the normal sexual orientation actually, male and female. Then within the boundaries, there is no choice. If people choose one, and other than straight, example, so consider as the free sexual. Okay, when we talk about the free sexual issues, actually we talk about the maladaptive sex behavior. Why we call it as the maladaptive? Yes, because normal people will adapt the norm, the social norm, then respect to the marital status, and other values, specifically in ASEAN and countries, specifically in Indonesia and in Malaysia. When the sexual perform beyond the boundaries, outside of the boundaries, doesn't consider the limitation of the boundaries, doesn't consider the role and the regulation, then choose the sexual orientation more than one, that we call it as the free sexuality. Whatever the condition of the people, whether married or not married, so consider as the free sexual. Free sexual actually all of the conditions when the sexual perform beyond the boundaries, and then the people has more than one sexual orientation. So we have to understand when we talk about the free sexual activities, actually normally automatically this will violate and damage the social norm. Social norm. Our social norm actually will be damaged by the free sexual behavior, because the sex behavior become hallmark of the society. The value of the society very depend on the sexual behavior. Historically, the example in our religion, kaum Nabi Lut, the example, hingga sekarang ini menjadi contoh yang tak bagus. The example, actually this indicated that actually the level of the society actually also often associated with the sexual behavior. Therefore, the free sex actually will damage, will reduce the social values, specifically, among Asian countries, because as in Indonesia and Malaysia, free sexual activity actually not acceptable. And then the sexual as the human right actually should be questioned. Yeah, when we talk about Malaysia in Indonesia, maybe in other countries, such as in France, yeah, US, and other countries, yeah, European example, there is a human right. Yeah, people can just make an appointment for the social activities freely. Yeah, but in Indonesia, in Malaysia, actually no, because Indonesia socially actually influenced by the religious community. Yeah. Then as the one consequences in general, we can understand that free sexual often associated with the sexual transmitted disease. Yeah, sexual transmitted disease. Yeah, actually transmission of the virus, transmission of the bacterial from the sexual interaction. Yeah, then some cases, the virus, the bacterial actually will produce some congenital defects. Yeah, there is some evidence. Yeah, the gonorrhea, the example syphilis, the example will produce the congenital defect. When you learn, the example about the labioschisis, the example palatoschisis, actually one of the risk factor or the causes actually is gonorrhea and the syphilis. The microorganism from sexual transmitted diseases. Okay, the next one. So you can imagine when the prevalence of the congenital defect because of the free sexual activities, actually we worry about the future generation. This is usually our responsibility to control the quality of our generation. Without proper control, so we will face maybe the generation loss. Generation loss means we expect to our children, we have very good expectation to future generation that will lose without our contribution today. Okay, this is to inform the worldwide evidence related to sexual activities, sexual behavior, more specific to free sexual behavior. So you can compare from each continent here, average age of virginity loss, jadi rata-rata, jadi apa nama himen ini apa namanya bahasa Indonesianya kegadisan lah itu hilang. So if we can see here, the ASEAN countries actually the best, actually better, because ASEAN countries are strong with the norm, strong with the religious values, that will restrict people to do free sexual activities. In ASEAN norm, the sexual activities can be done only after marriage. However, there are some violations. Premarital, even people after marriage also sometimes got another partner, another that is normal phenomena in its continent, in its country, not only in Indonesia, not only in Malaysia, but in others ASEAN country. Virginity loss in ASEAN country, it's actually 21.8. It is actually marriage age, jadi umur sudah menikah in average. We talk about in average, because based on the law policy, Malaysia and Indonesia almost same. The teen can marriage actually at least 18 years old. This is usually 21.5 actually above the marriage age. Actually start from the productive age. So if we compare with the African countries, actually 20 years old in average. Then Europe lower, because in some Europe and America, it's simple. Actually, the sex is as the right, as human right. Therefore, the free sexuality among them actually is the normal social value, culture, and belief. Okay. So we can compare also with the South of America here. Actually, this can be interpreted in South America, the first sexual activities done during in school, schooling age, or maybe done during study. Because the age 17, actually this normally is a student. Student maybe in the senior high school or maybe in the college. Similar with the Asian, such as in Australia also. Okay, so let me identify where is the position of Indonesia and Malaysia. Because your topic actually you point out Indonesia. It look like Indonesia is the most country with free sexual activities. From this presentation you will understand in general where is the position of Indonesia if we compare with the Malaysia and other countries later. Countries has the most sexual activities. Actually Greece, actually the highest. Brazil, Russia, China, Italy, Poland, Malaysia. Malaysia can consider as the in the higher level. Actually number 7. Number 7. But Indonesia, we don't see Indonesia here. The next after Malaysia actually Switzerland, Spain, and Mexico. Okay, based on this evidence, actually there is no very serious issues the sexual activities in Indonesia. However, because the topic actually the danger, so we have to highlight whatever level of the issues. So we have to take care. We have to take care our generation to prevent the future free sexual activities, specifically for teenagers. These are countries with the highest average sexual partners. Firstly, Turkey, Australia, New Zealand, Iceland, South Africa. No Indonesia, no Malaysia here. So Indonesia still in the green zone. Based on this evidence. I mean, there is no various issues. In the evidence. However, so you can see the position in Indonesia here. They are considered as the lowest average sexual partners. Lowest. However, based on this 5 evidence, India, China, Vietnam, Hong Kong, Indonesia is highest if you compare with this ASEAN countries. But in the worldwide, no. Actually, Malaysia is higher. Maybe. Okay. I mean, if you compare with the ASEAN countries, yes, Indonesia is become. I mean, we have to highlight the Indonesia facing. I mean, the risk higher of the free sexual behavior. I mean, risk. Because we record here. Actually, other than Indonesia, actually got higher the sexual partner. Okay, we look at to worldwide evidence about the college student sexual because when we talk about teenagers and then when we talk about adolescents, actually normally they actually is the college student, This is really worldwide, worldwide evidence, in which we found that 9.3% of college students reported having 4 or more sexual partner in 2017. Mostly because when we talk about the global actually influenced by people in the country or the continent, the population has the right for the sexual activities. Okay, there is one average sexual partner among college students. In detail, actually only about 32.5%. No sexual partner, then 9.3% has 4 or more sexual partners, then 5.1% 3 sexual partners, then 8.8% 2 sexual partners, then 44.2% only 1 sexual partners. However, so you have to highlight even though only 1 sexual partners, because this actually the college student. College student actually is unmarried student that is considered as the free sexual behavior that we have to prevent from our country, from our nation. Okay, okay, because I stay in Malaysia, so yeah, previously I prepare for Datuk actually, yeah, but Datuk actually in another country now, yeah, so I have to present my PowerPoint, yeah. So we have to inform some evidence from Malaysia. Then 7.74, yeah, 0.8 of Malaysians have sex, yeah, on a weekly basis. Yeah, this is really normal. Yeah, this is a normal behavior. Yeah, because a normal couple actually twice a week. Yeah, 2 kali seminggu. That is the maybe normal sexual behavior based on the human need as the physiological need. And 5.4% have had sexual intercourse before marriage. This may be normal. This evidence everywhere actually in Indonesia and in other countries, including Malaysia. Actually, some people done the pre-married sexual activities. But students who had sex was higher, 8.3%, compared with the female student, 2.99%. In this context, actually consider male is more active than female in the free sexual activities. 3 in 5 first intercourse is in the age of 22 years old, actually above than ASEAN average virginity damage. Malaysia consider this actually in average actually after marriage age. Jadi setelah umur pernikahan. The mean age virginity loss is 23. 23 years old. This is actually almost similar within in the Indonesia because I mean greatly influenced by the similar culture. This is actually based on the record. In 22, and we found also from the research get in 2023. Okay, this is still Malaysian evidence. 1/3 teens engage in the sexual activities, and then 2/3 are sexually active, and then 88% don't use condom, any birth control. I mean the majority, actually the teenager doesn't use condom. Then 11% have multiple sexual partners, because we know that the young people normally strong with the social life, therefore they has more than one partner. Then 33% had sex before 14 years old. It's considered actually schooling age. During school. Normally actually during senior high school is this age. The 75% reported having sex. Actually majority. Majority. This is actually based on the survey. Based on the research. When we talk about the research, actually the strength of the evidence actually relative, because it very depend on who actually is the research participant. Factors associated with the premarital sexual. Actually, this is also based on the research. The premarital sexual activities actually, very depend on the age. Mostly, actually, the teenage. Why teenage? Because teenage actually the transition age. They want to explore. About the social values, include the sexual activities. The premarital sexual is also affected by the gender, then occupation, race, religion, then have lover, ada pacaran bahasa kita, then has history of masturbation, and then exposed by the pornography material, specifically during COVID-19 pandemic, the pornography material use actually increased among the young people. Dan mak rempit ini actually geng motor bahasa kitanya, geng motor actually dia ada research, so associate with this kind of the premarital sexuality. Then smoking, smoker, then take drugs, Then global consequences, Contraceptive use among adolescents is increasing in many countries. Ya, jadi penggunaan kontrasepsi meningkat. Ya, because this actually promote. Ya, each country actually encourage to protect. Ya, by using the contraceptives. Ya, but the objective actually just to prevent the sexual transmitted disease. It's 15 to 19 in developing countries. 14.3 million births and 3.2 million abortion. So you can look at this evidence. Yeah, actually teenage adolescents actually deliver the baby. Many actually 14.3 million. Yeah, then 3.2 million abortion. This is actually nature phenomena. Yeah, nature phenomena in each countries. Yeah, then age 15 to 90 years. Yeah, in lower middle and income countries. Yeah, I had estimated 21 million pregnancies each year. Ya, jadi setiap tahun ya dalam 21 juta ya teenage ya hamil. Ya, hamil ini mananya di luar nikah. I mean, associated with the free sexual activity. This may be what you call it as the danger. Yeah, this actually as a risk for Malaysia and Indonesia, because actually teenage greatly about 45% their life actually influenced by the environment, specifically from the digital technologies. Then 55% of unintended pregnancy among teenagers end with abortion. This become a common issue. However, in some cases, the teenagers also die. Because during abortion, because there are some illegal abortion practice in the worldwide also. Teenage mothers higher risk of eclampsia, puerperal endometritis and systemic infection. Teenage mother actually there is also not a new issue, including in Indonesia. My student actually conduct research to improve the parenting control among the teenage mothers. Actually, this phenomena indicate that there are a lot of teenage mother in Indonesia, similarly in Malaysia. My student in Indonesia, especially in Sabah, also conduct the study about the teenage mothers. Babies of adolescents, mothers face a higher risk of low birth weight than preterm birth and severe neonatal condition. Actually, danger for mothers and danger for the babies also, because possible the baby become premature. This evidence the adolescents fertility rate in Malaysia per 100 women. So you can see here. However, actually based on the evidence, actually decrease, but the decrease actually, actually the condition is better if we compare with the 2011. This the fertility. Fertility means associated with a pregnancy. A retrospective study in Malaysia. Retrospective actually is one of the research. Retrospective, this one cohort study. The prevalence of teenage pregnancy actually 2.8. However, actually when we talk about the research, it very depend on the setting and the research participant. This is actually done in one hospital in Malaysia. The mean age of the teenage group was 17.9 years old. Then teenage mothers had a significantly higher risk of anemia, episiotomy, then preterm labor, and delivering low birth weight babies. There are no issues with the mode of delivery, antenatal complication, birth outcome, or delivery outcome, APGAR score, or the neonatal complication. This pregnancy between a period between 2017 to 2022 recorded the 830 cases of teen pregnancies each month, or about 28 teens get pregnant daily. then 35% unmarried. Then 5 highest teen pregnancies, actually in Sarawak, Johor, Selangor, Sabah, in Perak, then 41,000, and 83 teen pregnancies recorded by Ministry of Health between 2017 to 2022. This is the evidence taken from the social health analytic in 2022. Okay, there is factor associated with the teenage pregnancy, because this actually one consequence that maybe will associate with the future of our generation and future of the country. One of the issues actually economical issues, then lack of parental supervision, because the teenage actually we have to observe the role of parents should be improved to supervise their teenage. Then poor academic achievement, this is actually associated with the poor academic behavior also. The reproductive health information, normally the teenage lack of information about the reproductive health, include the sexual health, and then only a view got the sex education. Then peer influence, we know that the peer actually the teenage greatly influenced by peer, because in this age, in some cases actually the teenage more closer to their friends than their parents. Jadi kadang lebih dekat dengan kawan dia dibanding dengan orang tua dia. That is maybe one risk factor, teenage pregnancy. Then prenatal sexual practice, actually historically before married, actually got sexual activities also. Okay. This may be one consequences that maybe we recognize as a danger to our generation and to our nation and our country. Recorded based on the Statista Research Department in 2023 was recorded that there are 461 people infected by gonorrhea. Then 878 people infected by AIDS. The 2,760 people people infected by the HIV. Then syphilis actually infected 3,449 people. Then hepatitis C also transmitted by the sexual activities. Infect 2,804 people. In the nationwide. Okay, as the conclusion, the sexual is a human need fulfilled within the acceptable boundaries only. Beyond the boundaries, outside of the boundaries, we call it as the free sexual behavior. Whereas sexual orientation actually is a not choice. Then sex behavior and pregnancy is influenced by modifiable factors that we can control. The sexual transmitted disease and social degradation are the most common impact from the free sexual, specifically for our next or future generation. That's all. Thank you. The time I put to the moderator.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. And now for the next session is the question and answer. And in this session, there will be 2 questions for the first session. So the rule before you asking your question, please put your questions on the comment section. As we all know from the chat section, there are the links for the participants to put the questions on the link, and you can ask for the questions to Mr. Dr. Tukimin bin Sudiro. Apakah ada yang ingin bertanya? Teman-teman silahkan boleh pertanyaannya disampaikan melalui Google Forms yang sudah tertera at the questions sessions on the comment sections. Apakah ada yang ingin bertanya teman-teman? Atau saya yang akan bertanya terlebih dahulu ya, nanti boleh teman-teman bertanya. So, Mr. Tukimin, so Indonesia and Malaysia is having a similar about the religions, the faith, and the principles, especially about the religions. So, what do you think about the obstacles for the university or maybe a school to teach and guiding the students to aware about the virginity, about the sexual harassment, and etc. I think the most important things, as we all know, waktu yang kita habiskan lebih banyak di sekolah atau di kampus begitu. So the parents itself pasti akhirnya berpikir bahwa the most important things from the education, sex education at home, it's also sex education from the school itself. So what do you think about it?
Okay. Thanks for the question. A very good question. Yeah, because we have a responsibility to our student. Yeah, so we have to educate and we have to make sure our student is really safe. Yeah, from the sexual activities. Yeah. Actually, there are some reference also. Yeah. I found from the previous university, not Lincoln. Because actually some students also pregnant. Then I'm managing everything. So I learned from the situation. We have to organize our strategy to prevent specifically the teenage, because teenage actually has strong intention to explore and intend want to do the sexual activities. Okay, firstly we have to activate the counseling. The counseling actually we have to counsel the student. The sexual activities considered as the individual counseling. Actually can be done also by group. For student who has individual case about the sexuality, so we have to treat individually. Actually in general to promote our values and our norm, our religion about the sexual. So we can do by class, by group. Okay, I think that actually we have to highlight specifically during class interaction. During class interaction, so we have to organize. We have to organize the student who potential to assist our strategy. Actually we have to include the class monitor also. So actually in Malaysia we have one topic. We have one topic about the teenagers. We have about the sexual harassment. Actually as part of the public health. Actually in public health we have one topic all about that. Include then the sexual education inside. Actually we equip patient the knowledge how the student to teach the teenage in the community. Therefore automatically we have to teach our student how to do the healthy we call it as the reproductive health. Actually we have the agenda to educate the reproductive health, and then with the sex education also, specifically during the topic. Actually in Malaysia, we have maybe little bit different culture. Premarital education in Malaysia. Premarital education normally also conduct in university and others maybe in some cases also in the mosque, di masjid begitu, di tempat-tempat sosial. And then for the student also sometimes we invite premarital education, because premarital education among Malaysian actually as one of the requirement for married. Jadi salah satu syarat menikah itu harus ada premarital education, ada certificate. That is maybe the activities the associate to prevent or to make a better the situation, to reduce the risk of the free sexuality, specifically among students. Yeah.
Premarital education. It's
Yeah,
a bit
premarital
different.
education.
Yeah,
Then
something that
we call
is aware.
ustad, we call ustad, then we call
Mhm, mhm.
psychologists, then we call people who has authority, yang kalau di Indonesia mungkin KUA apa ya, begitu,
Yeah,
nanti
yeah.
sertifikat begitu, ya. Jadi ada hak dan kewajiban begitu dan lain sebagainya, everything.
Okay. Untuk sebagian agama, maybe for some religions, it's like Catholic, they also have a special, it's like a bimbingan agama before marriage. As we all know, that maybe it is something that we can discuss together about the future, bagaimana nanti ke depannya kita berharap bahwa Indonesia juga bisa menerapkan hal yang sama seperti Malaysia. Jadi kalau di Indonesia, we have premarital health check up for the health conditions, but it's about in Malaysia, it's about the relationship and the rules and etc. It's gonna be different from Indonesia. We have another questions from the participants. How to deal with the sexual harassment and sexual conditions if we already be in that part. Jadi ini adalah salah satu peserta mengatakan kalau sudah menjadi korban sexual harassment, what we should do.
Yeah, okay. Talking about the sexual harassment, I was sometimes actually associated with others, criminal activities also sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes, for example, among drug users, and when we, inside already, sometimes we difficult to avoid, jadi susah menghindar, menghindar actually maybe one consequences maybe diancam dan sebagainya. This may be one issue. Okay. Actually, same with maybe the condition in Indonesia, and the situation. Actually, specifically, I mean that the preventive is better. Preventive is better, specifically, I mean the role of parent. And this for prevention. But the question actually, if this happen, if this happen, if we want to, break down, the chain of the harassment, so I mean we will need the openness, from the student, from the teenage, from the people, Jadi keterbukaan dulu, openness to the parent, openness to the lecturer, because we have some very strong force to maintain and to recover the condition. There are some call center about the child harassment, about the sexual harassment, include kalau kita ini KDRT, KDRT call aja langsung datang itu, Actually police response in Malaysia also very fast, There are view application just you can download, then when we write our name, then the application actually directly link with the location. We write the name, then we click submit. Actually, within 5 to 15 minutes, the police will come out. Jadi orang jahat pun dia tahu-tahu ada polis tak jauh dari kita. Begitu, ini something yang maybe a little bit differ, Dan polis kalau di Indonesia dia rata-rata di kantor-kantor polisi begitu, Di kita ada polisi masyarakat, yang pakai motor kemana-mana jalan-jalan begitu, Dia ada yang punya ada fast respon akan cepat begitu, bukan hanya di kota. Kalau di kota pasti. but include in the villages.
Yeah.
Maybe, when if we want to serious to break down the chain of the harassment, ini mudah. Yang menjadi masalah for some time because dependency dia sudah tergantung kehidupannya.
Yeah.
Dependency to the drug, so automatic kalau dia buka diri dia pun akan tak selamat, akan dangerous macam tu. That is maybe one issue. But if serious to break down, then will resolve the issue actually very easy in Malaysia, because there are some a sector that can help the condition.
Okay, but maybe the most important thing is we need to dare to speak if we got the sexual harassment as a victims. Yeah. Okay. So before we close this first session at the question and answer, maybe you can give us a message for the young generations to be a good future generation. Maybe we have to do the right thing. I mean, not just untuk menjadi not to be good, but also the right thing. We have to make it. So maybe you have a message for all the participants to be a good young generation for the future, especially for the nation.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, the teenage, the younger generation usually is considered as the cornerstone that become the pinpoint the future generation and for future country life. So my message, please, you have a lot of opportunity. Even in you the simple and not good experience related to the sexual activities, but you have chance to change your life. Then you have opportunity. You have to study. Then you have to improve our life behavior, quality of life. Then hopefully you will become a very good generation for future nation and the country. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tukmin, for your time and your participation for today's international webinar. And we hope that the presentations will be the benefit for us and will be some insight. Will give us some insight to be a better young generation in the future. Thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Tukibid bin Sansuwito from Lincoln University, Malaysia. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Tukimin virtually for all participants. Thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Tukibin bin Sansuwito, for your time and your presentation about the sex behavior and its impact. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our participants for today's international webinar. For the next agenda, we have another speakers, and our next speakers is from Philippines, Mr. Christopher Ruben Bañez, PhD. And he also will give us the presentation, especially about the sexuality and free sex and etc. Okay, maybe we would like to invite Mr. Christopher. Hello, Mr. Christopher. Good morning from Indonesia.
Hello, selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum.
Selamat pagi. Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much for your time and for your participation here today. Yeah, it's the morning in Indonesia. How's in the Philippines?
It's actually gloom. It's a Tuesday gloomy morning here in the Philippines. We are experiencing some rain as of the moment here in our region. How about you there in Indonesia?
Indonesia, yeah. The weather is about gloomy, but sometimes it's rainy. So I think we need to make sure our health condition is to be better. Yeah. So in this international webinar, we will talk about the Indonesia faces the danger effect of free sex to our teenagers and nation. And for the next presentation, as we all know, we would like to invite Mr. Christopher Bañez, PhD. And we are very curious about your presentation today. As we all know, we will talk about the sex education or maybe the danger of the free sex for the youngsters and also for the nation. So without further ado, please welcome Mr. Christopher for the presentation. Mr. Christopher, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, please express my deepest appreciation to the Midwifery Student Association of the Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Surakarta. Of course, I will also give my sincerest appreciation to Ma'am Rini, the head of the Midwifery Department. Hi, Ma'am Rini, and of course, Ma'am Kenda, the former head of the Midwifery Department. I have met them years ago, way back, I believe that was 2018, if I'm not mistaken. And I had this opportunity to visit your beautiful country. And actually, I'm wearing one of your, I guess this is, it's considered as your batik, one of your
Yeah, of
national
course. Thank you so
polo.
much for your appreciation, Mr. Christopher.
It
Such
fits
an
me
honor.
well.
It
Yes.
suits you well.
Yeah, every time I wear this polo shirt, people, the Filipinos here, usually they call me Datu. They address me as Datu because the color, the size fits me well. Although I have gained a little weight, still it fits me well. Again, thank you very much for inviting me as one of your resource speakers regarding this issue affecting the Indonesian youth, specifically in terms of the impact of free sex. And I guess even promiscuity is also an issue in your country as of the moment. So please allow me to share my screen for a while. Okay.
Okay, kepada teman-teman panitia mungkin boleh dibantu untuk share screen dari Mr. Christopher.
Okay, I think I'm having some sort of a problem. Yeah, thank you. Can you assist me to the working committee? Thank you very much. Again, good morning to all the participants in the International Midwifery Seminar, spearheaded by your institution. My deepest appreciation to the administration of your school and to the head and to all the students and faculty members of the Midwifery Department. Once again, salamat pagi, assalamualaikum. And for today's lecture, I'll be delivering the adverse effect of adolescent pregnancy. So can you, next please. So when it comes to our lecture for today, allow me to present the learning objectives. First of all, after this session, we are expected to be first knowledgeable on the concepts of adolescent pregnancy and its adverse effects. Second, we become aware of the different risk factors, and of course, as midwifery professionals and students, to become advocates of policies and education that will promote girl and women reproductive health in the context of the midwifery profession. So let's talk about adolescent. Now, when you say adolescent, usually we define adolescent as an age ranging from 10 to 19 years old. But it has a different context or meaning in different countries. I have made a research in Indonesia, and you define adolescent as an age ranging from 10 to 21 years old. So it is broader than the usual definition of adolescence. Now, if we are dealing with adolescent, we are expecting these young people, these young adults, to perform 4 major tasks prior to adulthood. So again, I'll give an emphasis to that they need to accomplish 4 major tasks for them to fulfill or for them to overcome adolescent and for them to be prepared in their adult roles. The first one is independence. Second is body image. Third is peer relation. And the fourth one is their role identity or their identity. So first one is their independence. Second is their body image. Third is their peer relation. And then the fourth one is their identity. Now, for their independence, the first one, we observe that they want to be more independent all the time. They want to choose what they want to eat, when would be the time they would sleep, or where they want to go, what to wear. They always desire to have an independence. So this is a problem later on because some of these parents are controlling. There are studies proving that a controlling parents have a negative impact on the growth of and development of adolescent. That is why if they desire to be more independent, we need to emphasize their independence by being supportive instead of controlling on that behavior. The second one is their body image. Part of the growth and development for them would be you expect that there is some physical development that comes out from their body. Their voice becomes deeper. They start to have acne or pimples, and at the same time their secondary sexual characteristics also develop, like their breast becomes larger, and it could affect the way they dress because they want to express themselves as an adolescent. So later on, you would expect them to be wearing more daring clothes, just like what's in the picture. They are wearing sleeveless. So that would somehow has an effect with the concept of sex and promiscuity later on. And the third one is their peer relation. We observe that adolescents would love to be with their friends rather than with their families most of the time. And instead of being with their family during mealtime or during their church, they tend to go out with their friends and spend most of the time with their friends, and that is normal and expected. And then the third one, it would be their identity, their identification. Their identity is usually influenced with the family background that they have. That is why it is important for us to go back to the basic, and that is more on the area or concepts of role modeling in the family. Because usually the behavior or the identity that an adolescent will manifest is usually a reflection of their family background. So again, there's a need for us to emphasize the importance of family role modeling as we direct and guide the development of this adolescent. Next, please. So what is adolescent pregnancy? Now, next please, ma'am, sir. So when you define adolescent pregnancy is the pregnancy of girls aged 10 to 19 years, leading to many maternal and neonatal adverse effects. So adolescent pregnancy is somehow synonymous with the concept of teenage pregnancy. It usually occurs between the age of 10 to 19 years old, and it is expected that it could have an adverse effect both in the physical and psychosocial well-being of this young woman. And then, next one, please. So what are the possible risk factors for the development of this problem related to adolescent pregnancy? First, we have here risk factors involving the family. So we have here single parent household, single mothers dating behavior, lack of positive family interaction, lack of parental supervision, lack of positive parent-child communication, and mother was a teen parent. So as what I have mentioned a while ago, the family background has an influence or impact with the way an adolescent develops or grows. So if he or she is raised by single parents or a single mother, or the mother herself also experienced teenage pregnancy way back then that has an impact or influence in the development of adolescent pregnancy. That is why there's a need for us to emphasize the importance of the traditional family concepts, wherein there's this presence of a father figure and a mother figure that would be role models in the development of these young women, and of course, the teenagers in general. Aside from the family, we have another risk factors for that. We have, next slide, please. We have also the peers. In peers, you have the sexual pressure from peers, belief that most peers are sexually active, having friends who are sexually active. Dating begins at an early age, and dating someone who is 3 to 5 years older. Your peer pressure has an influence with the behavior of this teenager, especially if these teenagers are openly welcoming in the concepts of sex. And part of the nature of an adolescent or a young adult would be they are more exploratory and curious all the time. They explore, they want to try adventure, and they want to try this, and usually they don't have fear. Their sense of control is lacking. That is why the tendency here is they would be committing premarital sex at a very early age. That could trigger or that could lead to a possibility of having the teenage or adolescent pregnancy. So again, we have to be more as we need to give an emphasis on the importance of the role of the families in regulating this behavior. And as much as possible, we need to be supervisory as parents in order for these young minds to be guided accordingly. And aside from peers, we also have the next cluster of risk factors. Also, the community and culture has an influence, such as lack of accurate sexual and reproductive health information, high rates of divorce, violent crime, teen suicides, and high school dropouts, low community income, lack of community coordinated programs for youth, and policies that school failure, dropout rates, job opportunities, social supports, and positive educational and recreational activities. This issue is not solely as an issue or a problem that should be addressed only by the family. It requires collective efforts, not only from family, but also from the community. That is why, as much as possible, as midwives And as midwifery education, we don't only involve the family, we involve all members of the community, from the elders, from gentlemen to ladies, and of course, to the youth, in performing health information or health education for them to be more aware on the negative outcomes of adolescent pregnancy. And at the same time, part of our responsibility would be to strengthen the policies that would promote a massive awareness among all stakeholders regarding the negative impact of adolescent pregnancy, not only in the community, but as a nation as a whole. Then the last risk factor is, aside from community, would be also your personal or individual risk factor. So in the personal or individual risk factor, we have a concern when it comes to early onset of puberty. We encounter a lot of this most of the time, wherein these girls begin to menstruate at an early age, younger than their adolescent period. It happens all the time, and that has something to do with the hormones that they are exposed with. And one of the studies that I've read when it comes to this hormones influence is the one that is specifically the use of plastic containers or plastic bottles that could actually have an effect to the hormones of the ladies, not only for the ladies, but also for the men, wherein it could trigger an early development of adolescents, so making them develop their secondary sexual development occurs at an early age. Therefore, they menstruate at an early age. So I guess we also need to address the environmental factor, particularly the use of these plastic containers or bottles, as part of our campaign to eradicate problems related to adolescent pregnancy. Siblings who are sexually active, lack of spiritual life, alcohol or drug abuse, low self-esteem, limited education, and lack of future-oriented goals. Part of being an independent adolescent would be, and at the same time, the effect of pure relation. Once they come together, usually they celebrate together with a glass or bottle of alcohol. And as we all know, alcohol impairs our judgment. So once you are intoxicated with alcohol, things will not the same again. It could affect ourselves sexually. So again, making them commit premarital or adolescent sexual intercourse between or among their peers. And then low self-education, limited education, which is also a product of poverty. So again, this issue is not an issue only to be addressed by the at the community level, but it should be addressed at a national level in order to address the effect of adolescent pregnancy in the grassroots from bottom to top. Next one. So further, adolescent pregnancy is a global phenomenon with clearly known causes, serious health, social, and economic consequences. So it is expected that once you are pregnant at an early age, it would already affect your lifestyle as a teenager. Instead of you enjoying your life as a student or as a daughter, enjoying the company of your friends, you suddenly shifted from a careless, restless young adult to a motherhood role or responsibility. So making you at risk to suffer serious health, social, and economic consequences. Now, we have this tendency, specifically in the social context of adolescent pregnancy, wherein these young mothers are being criticized for being pregnant at an early age. I would like to share that here in my country, there are some, especially in the rural areas wherein they perceive early pregnancy, especially teenage pregnancy, as you would be defined as a woman who lacks self-control, who is not well-mannered, who is defiant from the parents. So usually that is the social consequence of having teenage or adolescent pregnancy. And at the same time, it would affect your education, because since you are pregnant, tendency you are shy and you are hesitant to participate or participate in your learning activities in your school. So expect a higher rate of dropouts from these individuals. And then another concept here is, next please. So as of 2019, adolescent aged 15 to 19 years in low and middle income countries had an estimated 21 million pregnancies each year, of which approximately 50% were unintended, and which resulted in an estimated 12 million births. So that would be the effect. Specifically, it results to an estimated 21 million pregnancies each year. So that is big. So we expect a boom in terms of population, especially we also observe in our country that specifically during the lockdown here, we also experience a rise in the number of teenage pregnancy in the various institutions or hospitals here in our country. Next one, please. And then adolescent pregnancy tends to be higher among those with less education or of low economic status. There is a need for us to develop programs that would encourage teenage mother to go back to schooling. There's a need for us to emphasize the importance of education in the mitigation of problems concerning adolescent pregnancy. In terms of low economic status, it is a perennial problem already. It exists worldwide that your economic status has an influence with your lifestyle, particularly in the development of adolescent pregnancy. Next one, please. And then we have a study here that based on 2019 data, 55% of unintended pregnancies among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19 years end in abortion. In our country, abortion is a crime, and I guess we share the same policy or law. It is also illegal and improper to commit abortion in Indonesia. And as I was listening to the lecture a while ago to the professor from Malaysia, I believe we have the same slide reference. It's a data from the World Health Organization that 55% of unintended pregnancies results to abortion. So because they are afraid, because of the fear of being criticized by the public, because of the fear of being rejected by their family, they ended up committing abortion of their babies. So what are the adverse effects of adolescent pregnancy? So first one, next please. We have here the development of maternal and neonatal adverse effects. The first one, in your maternal adverse effects, the development or the increase in their blood pressure, and as we all know, we call that as a preeclampsia, or previously known as the toxemia of pregnancy. Okay, the exact mechanism behind behind the elevation or the preeclampsia is unknown. We have a lot of explanation or theory behind. And one of these would be a placental dysfunction, the anti-angiogenic and inflammatory factors released in the maternal circulation. And at the same time, that would trigger series of activation of the renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system that would result in the systemic vasoconstriction. The blood vessels of the mother becomes narrows, and then affecting the blood circulation and raising the blood pressure of this woman. Aside from the maternal adverse effect, which is preeclampsia, expect that this adolescent pregnancy may also lead to other problems such as an infection known as an inflammation or infection known as your endometritis. Next slide, please. So it affects the lining. It affects the lining of your endometrium, and basically endometritis is a consequence of STI or sexually transmitted infection, which is seen to this young people, this teenage mother who are practicing unsafe sex, such as not using adequate protection, such as the use of condom. Another maternal adverse effects we have here in this picture is the amniotic fluid, and there is a gushing of water or amniotic fluid, the premature rupture of the membrane. And basically this premature rupture of the membrane is related to infections such as urinary tract infection could be one of the risk factors for having this premature rupture of membrane, because of course the mother is still teenager and she might not be aware on the importance of hygiene. The importance of hygiene in the prevention of urinary tract infection, thus preventing the development of the premature rupture of the membrane. And other than that, adverse effect, another maternal adverse effect would be the development of the maternal anemia. There is no menstruation during pregnancy, as we all know, but the maternal anemia may be related to the poor diet or poor nutrition that the mother, this young woman, receives, therefore affecting her RBCs and hemoglobin level, so making her prone to suffer maternal anemia. And at the same time, she is still a teenager. One of the behaviors of teenagers is they love eating fast food. And when you say fast food, these are non-nutritious foods such as fast food or instant meal, which in terms of nutritional value, it has a low nutritional content. And of course, next from that, maternal adverse effect is the development of various sexually transmitted infection, which can be related to their promiscuity, free sex, which is an issue, current global issue, free sex, promiscuity, unprotected sex, making us at risk to have STI. So again, this sexually transmitted infection could be a risk factor for your endometritis, your premature rupture of membrane, and other complications. And of course, we expect this young mother to experience some psychosocial or psychological problems, especially when they delivered. There's a higher rate of them experiencing postpartum blues and postpartum depression later on, because they are still immature. Physically, psychologically, they are expected to be outside of their house, mingling with their friends. But instead of doing that, they are shifted. Again, they are shifted from the usual role of a youth, from a maternal functions. So expect that they would be at risk to have problems regarding emotions that might lead to their depression later on. Next one, maternal mortality increases. There's a rise in maternal mortality here. So a woman dies of pregnancy-related causes every 2 minutes. So that is quite big. If the interval is every 2 minutes and there's a woman or single woman die in every 2 minutes, then that would be big already. For our neonatal outcome, we expect that there is a low birth weight. There's a low birth weight for the neonatal outcome. When you say neonatal outcome, of course, or adverse effect, which is low birth weight, it can be related to their them not meeting the required prenatal checkup. Specifically, they don't know the right nutrition or diet during pregnancy, therefore making them deliver a baby which has a low birth weight. Particularly, it is lesser than 2,500 milligrams. Aside from that, we also have here low birth weight, and of course, stillborn is expected. Stillborn is very high. So as a summary, these are the maternal and neonatal outcomes of adolescent pregnancy. So preeclampsia, premature rupture of membrane, STI, increased maternal mortality, preterm birth, low birth weight, stillbirth, or neonatal mortality. So it affects both the mother and the neonate. So what should be done? What should be done in order to address this concern? This concern related to the adverse effects of adolescent pregnancy. First is for us to recalibrate and further strengthen the reproductive health programs. And of course, with emphasis to the rights of the women and the integration of the reproductive health and rights across all health sciences and social disciplines, with emphasis on family education. So may I repeat? So as a midwife, we have an important role in advocating or promoting the importance of reproductive health programs and reproductive health rights. So we need to work as a member of the health science profession, but aside from us focusing or doing this, we also need to tap other disciplines, such as other social disciplines, sociologists, psychologists, psychiatrists, teachers, and so that we could work collectively, collaboratively, in order to strengthen reproductive health program. More policies and laws. Secondly, we need to have more policies and laws must be created to safeguard the right of girls and women. In our country, we have a lot of laws that protects women. You cannot, of course, you cannot hurt a woman. You cannot spank a lady, or else you will be jailed. You will be jailed. I believe we share the same policy. We have a right here wherein, if you are married, it's as a guy, you have even if you are separated, you have the responsibility of sharing or giving your share in raising the child. So again, we need to have more policies that would safeguard the rights of girls and women. And then we need to intensify public health education. Nowadays, it is easier for us to perform public health education because of the advent of media or social media. We could make use of infographic or infomercial regarding the danger of premarital or adolescent pregnancy, the danger of premarital sex. It can be easily disseminated across all parts of the region or the country through social media. And we need to have a controlling access to pornographic sites and stores that accept minors. This controlling access to pornographic sites requires a stronger law or policy from the national government, such as in the Middle Eastern countries. People there are prohibited from accessing pornographic sites in the internet. They cannot access porn sites. So I hope that our governments would also do the same in order not to brainwash the developing young minds. And then aside from that, involving the political heads in a campaign against early pregnancies. We need leaders who would transform the community, who would be movers, who would initiate programs that would protect the welfare of the adolescents. And then this could be quite traditional, but this is somehow proven effective as well, that school departure before dark. It's better if we would be allowing our students to go home at an earlier time when it's not yet dark outside, because as we all know, if it's dim or dark, a lot of things could happen. So let them go home at an earlier time. And since we are already utilizing technology in education, maybe we could continue as educators. We could continue our lesson at home through online, so that we could let them go earlier and will not spend more time outside in the night. And locally accessible schools and providing education regarding readily available contraceptives such as condoms, patches, pills, and other forms of birth control methods. And then for the next one, we have still a few slides left. Next, please. Thank you. We have here, of course, I hope that we midwives would emphasize the importance of an intact family. Let's go back to the traditional way. We need to emphasize that we need to be with our children, our teenagers all the time. There are a lot of studies proving that if we spend times with our children, with this young adult during mealtime, it becomes more open. We are allowing them to express their feelings and emotions. And as parents, let's try not to be judgmental of them, because it's a normal process for them to be more liberated as they are trying to transcend from a young adult to an adult phase. Let's be therapeutic. Let's be more of a listener and try to accept their ideas and try to support them. But we need to inculcate the importance of self-control and discipline for them to become a more responsible young adult. So again, as midwives, I guess we could perform our basic function in enhancing or emphasizing the importance or the role of family in the development of a healthy community and a healthy nation. So I have here a quotation, and what would be more beautiful than bringing new life into the world? So I guess this quotation speaks on the roles of midwives as the bearers of life. We are the one that bears life because we assist them during this most challenging time, and that is during their delivery. So for the last one, thank you very much for listening to my lecture on the adverse effects of adolescent pregnancy. Once again, salamat. It's already lunch, I guess. Not yet. It's still morning in Indonesia. Again, salamat pagi. and then hati-hati. I
Yeah.
hope I pronounce it well, ma'am.
Okay.
Hati-hati. And
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christopher, for your presentation.
Kamakandi.
Selamat pagi. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for your time. And it's very interesting to know about your thoughts about the abortion and etc. And we got some points that we need to make more policies and laws to be must created for safeguard to the rights of the girls and also for the women. And also we need to educate our children, especially you say that we have to back to the traditional way in this modern era. And it's very interesting because I know that Philippines, Malaysia, and others Southeast Asia countries also have a lot of it's like a very strong faith and very strong principles about religion and etc. I think we can fight it together. Fight to fight about the abortion and etc. We can fight it together. Amen.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree with you, ma'am.
Mhm.
Madam Masayu. Am
Yeah.
I right? Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
agree
yeah.
with you. I think we need to be, as Asian tendency, we are strict most of the time. As parents, we are strict because we want our children to be protected from any untoward behavior later on. But
Yeah.
I think it is high time for us to be less restrictive and be
Yeah.
just more supportive as they grow older. As long as we are there, guiding them, reminding them of their responsibility, I believe these young minds would realize the importance of those thoughts or behaviors that you are trying to inculcate with their minds.
Yeah, yeah. We need to be proud to be Asian.
Yes, we are
Yeah, yeah,
Asian. We share the same culture and behavior in terms of the importance of a stronger family tie.
Okay, amazing. What a very amazing presentation from you, Mr. Christopher. So
Thank
for
you.
the next session, we are having a question and answer session. So we have, I think, 2 questions from the participants. The participants one is having a question from Rumah Sakit PKU Muhammadiyah Sragen, also from the West Java. Pertanyaannya adalah, tidak apa-apa ya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia, akan saya bahasa Inggriskan. Free sex tentu tidak jauh dari penyakit akibat free sex, begitu ya. Salah satunya adalah penularan virus HIV. Apakah pemberian vaksin HPV efektif untuk pencegahan dan mengurangi resiko? Oke. Karena menurut beberapa narasumber ada yang menyarankan dan ada yang tidak menyarankan untuk pemberian vaksin. Oke. Mengenai penularan dari ruang publik, toilet, dan sebagainya, apakah vaksin HPV tersebut disarankan? Okay, Mr. Christopher, so we have the first questions is about the vaccinated of the HPV, or if I can say HPV is vaccinated for the free sex, maybe? The human population virus, or HIV, as we all know. So what do you think about the vaccinated for the peoples? Is it effective to end the free sex, or do you have another recommendation for us to fight this together?
Come again, ma'am, regarding the vaccination. What's the question again regarding HPV vaccine?
Yeah.
Regarding
is it will be give the effect for to fight this condition, especially about the free sex? Should we do the HPV vaccinated to end this free sex, or do you have another recommendation?
As we all know, the human papillomavirus vaccine is intended for us to protect. It is intended to give protection against the development of this condition, which is your HPV or the human papillomavirus.
Yeah.
However, even if we receive such vaccines, that vaccine is intended only to protect us from HPV, but still we are still at risk to experience other forms of STDs or STIs such as gonorrhea, chlamydia, which are results of promiscuity and free sex trade, open sex among each individuals. So I guess we this problem requires a multi-sectoral approach. Multi-sectoral approach. Again, let's go back to the basic, the importance of the family. We need to go back to the importance of the family in guiding these young minds on how they on let's normalize the concept of sex within the family. It is high time for us. It is already 2023, and it's important for us to discuss and normalize the concepts of sex within the family. As parent tendency, we think that our children or our teenagers are not committing sex, but we just don't know if they are away from home, they might be doing such. So let's have an opportunity while we are with them, having a coffee with them, eating with them, to discuss sex. Let's normalize sex, and then if they, so that your children will also be honest in sharing their ideas regarding sex. And as a parent, you can now integrate the importance of safe sex. You could remind them that sex is normal, but please be careful. You need to have your protection. You are still very young. You need to have protection. You need to have the basic protection, and that is the use of a condom, for example, which is widely available anywhere. So again, let's normalize the discussion of sex, and at the same time, other policies that would reduce the temptations of doing sex. For example, we need to limit the availability of motels or hotels that accommodate young people on those areas. So again, I hope that these hotels or motels will screen their visitors who would check in, and then they would look for some basis or evidences of their age and not admit them if they are still minors. That's it. I hope that they would have that policy in order to lessen. And of course, we could design some infographics or infomercial, which is very effective since we have social media. We could make use of the Facebook, spread that, share that, so that it would raise the awareness on the adverse effects or negative outcomes of free sex trade and promiscuity.
Yeah, Mr. Christopher, sometimes if we want to give an education, sex education to our children, people call it like taboo. It's like an awkward situation when you gave your children the sex education, but from your thoughts, I think we have to stop to figure and think about the taboo and etc. We have to be a good parents for our children, so we can be their friends, and then we can share our experience about sex and etc. to protect our children, right?
Yes, yes, madam. An open and honest therapeutic communication between your children is very important. We need to be accepting and not judgmental, because again, we need to be assisting them as they transcend from adolescence to adulthood.
Oh, well,
be
amazing.
Supportive all the time.
We have to support our kids, our children for their future. Well, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Christopher from Philippines. Thank you for your presentations, your thoughts, your advice, especially for our youngsters to fight. And we hope, sincerely hope, that we can end this free sex, not only for our children, for also our nation in the future. Thank you so much for your participation, for your time, and hopefully these presentations today will be a benefit for us. Thank you so much,
Yes.
Mr.
Thank you very
Christopher.
much. Thank
See
you
you
very
again
much.
on the next webinar, maybe in the future.
Yes,
Thank you so
The
much.
pleasure is mine. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, dear all our participation today, we still have another speakers in this international webinar. But before we continue our next agenda, we will give the time for our dearest two amazing Master of Ceremonies for today's, and then we will be right back after the break. So my name is Masaya Putri. Thank you so much. We will be right back after this. And also, we also want to remind you that we still have another speakers in this international webinar. To Juris MCs for today, back to all of you. Yeah, our MCs. Hello. Hopefully you hear my voice today. Okay. Oke, teman-teman MC mungkin boleh nanti kita akan kembali lagi ya. Kalau tidak salah, nanti akan ada pemaparan narasumber berikutnya. Apakah kita langsung saja ke pemaparan yang berikutnya? Oke, baik. Oke, setelah tadi kita sudah mendengarkan dua pemaparan dari dua speaker kita akan beralih ke pemaparan berikutnya dari Ibu Galuh Setia Winahyu, SPSI MPSI, yang hari ini juga akan memberikan pemaparannya. Izinkan saya, allow me to introduce Ibu Galuh Setia Winahyu. Ibu Galuh Setia Winahyu as a Head of Human Capital Department, Pelaksana Pusat Kampus Merdeka sejak Februari 2022 dan memiliki banyak sekali skills dan juga experience. Dan juga tentunya hari ini Ibu Galuh yang merupakan lulusan dari Universitas Gadjah Mada akan menyampaikan pemaparannya, yaitu adalah terkait dengan Gen Z as an agent of change. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Galuh Setia Winahyu. Hello, Ibu Galuh.
Halo, selamat siang.
Selamat siang, Ibu Galuh. Terima kasih sudah hadir pada siang hari ini, dan kita akan membahas mengenai Gen Z as an agent of change from risk group to movement group. Wow, ini menarik sekali sesuai dengan perbincangan kita. Tadi kita sudah bahas mengenai efeknya kalau melakukan banyak tindakan dari free sex, dan baik itu kesehatan, sosial, dan lain sebagainya. Tapi kita juga ingin melihat bahwa Gen Z ini juga punya peran yang begitu luar biasa as an agent of change. Ibu Galuh Setia Winahyu, waktunya kurang lebih sekitar 45 menit. The time is yours. Silakan.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us blessing and mercies so we can attend today in International Midwifery Webinar with the tema Indonesian faces the danger effect of free sex for teenagers and nation. Okay, also I would say good afternoon to Honorable Director of Polytechnic Kesehatan Surakarta, and my respected lecturer, also the speaker and all beloved participants who present here today. So maybe I would like to share screen. Okay, I cannot share screen or before I introduce myself, maybe please go to the next slide, or maybe okay, thank you very much. So in this, maybe I would tell about my activity first because I'm a Human Capital Department head in Pelaksana Pusat Kampus Merdeka. It's like maybe program office management for Kampus Merdeka for from Ministry of Education Indonesia. So in this department, also undering the crisis center who help the beneficiary who have a problem in three mistake or tiga dosa we call it, and maybe like sexual harassment. And then I also being voluntary in ARM Indonesia for psychological counselor. It held it gives counseling in psychological aspect for the victim of sexual harassment also. So okay, for the next slide, please. Nah, maybe I will start from about the underage marriage. So in Indonesia, underage marriage is increased in 2019 and to 2020. So you can see in this diagram from 2019 and to 2020, it's increased in more than twice. So it's a big issue nowadays in Indonesia because we can say that underage marriage is also most of them it's caused by unwanted pregnancy or unintended pregnancy. So unwanted pregnancy happen in adolescent under 17. So we call it still children, right? In the from legal aspect. So this is the angka dispensasi pernikahan anak. Yeah. So you can see it's about 64,000 case in 2020, and in 2021 it's about 59,000 case of underage marriage. So it's a big issue in Indonesia. Unwanted pregnancy is maybe we can say it's because premarital sex, or we can say it's also because of promiscuity. So free sex behavior has the potential to cause various negative impacts on adolescents. We know that it's also including psychological symptoms such as feelings of anger, fear, or anxiety, depression, low self-esteem, guilt, and sin. So the problem is not just before the adolescent doing the promiscuity, but the problem is still exists after the marriage. So it's a long-term problem. If you have promiscuity and premarital sex until you have unwanted pregnancy and you go to underage marriage. So in order to make movements, we will emphasize into subjects. It is why and it is who. Okay, please go to the next slide. Now, we still speak about the data. I said that the problem in underage marriage is not just before the adolescent doing the promiscuity or premarital sex, but it's also happen after the marriage itself. This is the data about harassment. We call it kasus KBG. Kasus KBG is kasus kekerasan berbasis gender. Okay, so we can see that the most common harassment is about sexual. So this is in 2021 and this is in 2022. And we can see in the this orange graphic, so the harassment from ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend happens more than harassment to the wife. Okay, so the harassment itself more occur in the relationship or the love relationship before marriage. So this is another big issue in Indonesia. Why it is happen? It is because we have research that state in early child stressful in early child rearing environments, especially those characterized by harshness and unpredictability, such as social disadvantages, marital instability, family conflict, evoke fast life history strategies, which are characterized by early menarche or mungkin mendapatkan mens lebih dini, early sexual involvement, kemudian merasa lebih cepat untuk kemudian memiliki hubungan seksual, and early and frequent childbearing and low investment parenting. So pengalaman masa kecil yang stressful ini lebih pursuing or maybe give a big impact to the early sexual involvement. But in safe, secure, and predictable child rearing environments such as adequate socioeconomic resources, marital stability, supportive parent-child relationship, promote slow life history strategies characterized by later onset sexual behavior. So if you have parent-child relationship which is supportive, or maybe environment with stability in marriage, so you will less or have later onset sexual behavior, later puberty, enduring monogamous relationship, fewer and later offspring, and high investment parenting strategies. So maybe if adolescents have safe, secure, and childhood environment, so he or she will also have parenting style in a good way also. Okay, next slide. Nah, so because we're still talking about adolescent, we have also opportunity and threat. So we're still speaking about why it happens or why the promiscuity or premarital sex happen a lot of times in Indonesia. It because also of self-control, emotional intelligence aspect, and peers. Okay, about self-control, teens who have high self-control can control their behavior, right? It is by considering many things before deciding to act. So we call it also proactive, not reactive. And then regarding promiscuity, adolescents who have high self-control will limit their intensity of accessing pornography or cyber sex. Nah, this is related to loss, pleasure, satisfaction, addiction, curiosity, and when individuals are bored, mood, or fun. So, if we don't have self-control, when we have a lot of spare time, we tend to browsing like pornography. It's more possibility. So self-control is closely related to the adolescent commitment to rules, actually. So if we know the rules that premarital sex is forbidden, so self-control will help us to avoiding the premarital sex. Self-control because they know the consequences and benefits of their behavior and have feelings of guilt when violating social norms, which result in feelings of regret, anxiety, sadness, annoyance, and breaking the rules. I have a lot of clients which have big stress because of feeling of regret of doing premarital sex. So the problem is usually after doing the premarital sex. But we also can avoid it with what? With self-control, of course. So adolescents can control themselves not to have relationship that violate the social values and norms of the people. So adolescents who have self-control cannot violating others' values also, and then correlate with emotional intelligence also, because the ability to regulate emotion, manage emotion, and make good decision prevent us from engaging in promiscuity. Okay, if adolescents are able to manage their emotion, they will be able to make wise decisions. So self-control and emotional intelligence is vice versa aspect. And the peers, we know that adolescents are unable to refrain from friends inviting them to have promiscuity. This is the trait of adolescence. Yes, because when we have the peers and we would need to have conformity with our peers. Also, we will have influence. We will influence more from peers than from family. And if our peers open to sexual behavior, so we have more opportunity to doing the premarital sex also. Okay, maybe to the next slide. Now, this is about life history model. So in this theory, we know that behavior of adolescents is depend on family, socioeconomic status, peer marginalization, and attenuated family ties. So this happened in age of 11 until 13. So if we have family economic, social economic status in comfortable status, and we don't feel the marginalization, and we have family relation in a stable way, so we not have this kind of defiant peer clustering. So in the other hand, if we have these three aspect in our life, maybe we have this kind of problem. So it will be influence us in easier way to the promiscuity in adolescent sexual pre-marriage activity. So it's usually happen in age 16 until 17. And this is if we don't have adolescent sexual promiscuity, usually we have another adolescent problem behavior, which is like alcoholism or maybe a substance problem. And if we have the adolescent sexual promiscuity, and maybe we will have early adulthood progeny. So this will happen. So it's not just about the peers, or it's not just about the media influence, but it's also depends on ourselves, our childhood, our early adolescent experience, which is will lead us what happened, what kind of problem we have in middle adolescent. Like in the right diagram, we can see that defiant peer clustering and pubertal maturation, it also have vice versa relation. So puberty, early puberty also influence the kind of deviant peer clustering. So it also have the influence in adolescent sexual promiscuity. So life history model framework is a model of development that integrates environmental disruption with an evolutionary perspective on development. So we saw the process in comprehensive way, not just about separate things. We will see about childhood itself or adolescent itself, adulthood itself, but the history bring us to the states, what kind of problem, what kind of experience in adulthood era. So in this life history model state that children and adolescents tend to self-organize into peer group based on similarities of attitudes and behavior and circumstances. Those interpersonal dynamics of peer contagion tend to amplify various forms of problem behavior. So picking up friends, it will be necessary in this kind of statement, right? And also defiant peer clustering has been found to consistently be the strongest predictor of early and promiscuous sexual activity in adolescence over and above pubertal maturation of males or females. So perilaku yang melawan norma, defiant peer clustering, itulah yang menjadi penyebab utama adanya premarital sexual activity. Okay, please we go to the next slide. So, and we have the second subject is like who, because we speak about adolescent. Adolescent nowadays is people who have age from 12 or 13 until 19. So it will be in this generation. Okay, so it's we call Gen Y. Nah, talking about adolescent also have developmental tasks. Why this is can explain why adolescent have tend to defiant. Okay, so developmental tasks of adolescents such as achieving new and more mature relationship with peer. So it's common in adolescent have wanting to make relation with opposite gender, and also achieve the social roles of men or woman. So we have a lot of change in our body and our mental, psychologically. It's because the differences of hormone and the okay, and about accepting physical condition and using their database effectively. So sometimes adolescents have the problem to accepting the new body. So adolescent will have a problem in like body image, self-esteem, and also self-confidence itself. The fourth task is expect and achieve responsible social behavior. So we tend to diharuskan follow the norms. Yeah, we should follow the norms and the rules in adult environment. So we achieve emotional independence from parents and other adults. It is because we start to separate from our families and start to engaging in our peers. And also preparing for an economic career, preparing for marriage and family. So this, because of these two, we should have sexual education or reproduction health information in detail, and also obtaining a set of values and ethical system as guidelines for behavior. In this task of adolescent, if we can follow the values and ethical systems, we would have regret feelings, or we will feel guilt, or we feel that we have the sin. And but we know that adolescent from years to years have differences characteristic. Maybe my teenagers, my adolescent times, it's not like right now, because I'm still in this generation Y or millennials, you can call it. But nowadays the adolescence is you have the characteristic of Gen Z. The characteristic of Gen Z is valuing hard work. So they will focus in hard work or in duty, which is rewarded. So they need reinforcement from environment. But in the other hand, they are independent also, have a great resilience and realize they must work hard to achieve what they want. So they value trust, fairness, loyalty, and respect from their employer, or maybe the head of the organization. So they will need transparencies in all aspects. They are ambitious, self-starters, and entrepreneurial. So they will I'm sorry. So they also creative and appreciate personalization. Wait a minute, I will stop my. Okay. And they plan for the futures and are willing to learn on their own. So this is the characteristic of Gen Z. Maybe this is also the characteristic of most of participants in this webinar. And this characteristic have strength and weakness, or have the good side or the bad side also, because Gen Z is tend to redefining norms for communication, consumerism, purposes, the workplace, and the future for all. So Gen Z tend to difficult to accept the existing norms. So we should tell them in the more attractive way, like this. Okay, maybe in the next slide. So what we can do, or what we can pursue to Gen Z to make differences, or to make change, to make movement. So I will start from the mesosystem first. The mesosystem as a family, which is have the Gen Z member in the family. So we should emphasize in early age to build the character, not just the academic process, because the early age is a time of growth, but also the crisis for the formation of one's character. So the early age, the age from 0 until 5, we should have more attention to build their character. And in the school circumstances or environment, nowadays tend to state that many people say that education has failed to many graduates of educational institution, including undergraduates who are smart and proficient in answering exam questions, have intelligent brains, but do not have a strong mentally, and even they tend to be immoral. So there is a statement that maybe state this kind of educational style nowadays, it's more bring the brainy people, or intelligent people, or technical people. Competential aspect, emphasize in competential aspect, but not in the soft skill aspect, not in the spiritual aspect, not in the psychological aspect, not in the characterial aspect, but it's in the academic aspect. So I will emphasize also the Merdeka curriculum. It's one way which develop for as a more flexible curriculum framework while focusing on essential materials and developing student character and competence. So the Merdeka curriculum will balancing the big two aspects. The main characteristic of this curriculum that support the restoration of learning are the following: project-based learning, focus on essential materials, and flexibility for teachers to carry out differentiated learning according to the abilities of learners. So it will make the Gen Z also more comfortable to learn and to gain the competency itself. And the last slide, we should start from ourselves or individual aspects. So there are four big aspects who will restrict us from promiscuity or premarital sexual activity. The first is well-being. Well-being is also subjective, right? So we will divide it in self-esteem. It's about how we valuing ourselves in every way and how we treat the happiness and what kind of optimism we have in our career, in our life. So these three things will help us to become a happy person, a person who have positive well-being. And also self-control, because the cause effect of promiscuity is self-control. So we should manage our self-control from our emotion. So we have low impulsivity, and we also should manage our stress. And also emotional intelligence or emotionally aspect. So we should have or we should learn our emotional expression, our perception, or relationship skills, because Gen Z tend to use the gadget to doing everything, and social skill, relationship skills will be much less in the nowadays adolescent competencies. And also we should practicing about sociability, which is social competency, how we choose our peers, how we get involved in positive peers, and we should have assertiveness, which we can say no to others if we would not to do what they ask. And also others' emotional management. So if we have this kind of form, we can avoid the sexual premarital activity. So start from what? Start from stating your own self-value for Gen Z. So I think maybe we can have more discussion about this.
Okay, to all our participants, if you have questions, please put your questions on the comment sections. We already sent you and give you an information about the link on the comment section below. So once again, if if you have questions, please put your questions on the comment sections below. Oke, Ibu Galuh, menarik sekali apa yang disampaikan tadi bahwa how to be a great Gen Z. It's not an easy job, but you gave a lot of information about how to manage our stress and how to be a self-controller, because itu juga salah satu aspek yang paling penting to be a great person. Karena tampaknya Gen Z ini punya obstacles atau punya tantangan, challenge-nya ini beda dengan millennials or the others generation, I think. So ini menarik sekali, Bu Galuh. Mungkin menutup perbincangan kita pada siang hari ini. Maybe you have an insight or an advice to our youngsters to be a great Generation Z for the future.
Well, okay, thank you, Miss Masayu. The point is that we should define our value. The point is defining. So if we already define our value, so we cannot easily to influence with bad things like maybe substance or promiscuity or maybe another behavior problem, because we know what we want to do, we know what we like, we know what we don't like, we know our boundaries. Gen Z tend to more individualistic, so they have their own norms, they have their own value. So start from stating our own values, positive values should be. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you so much, Ibu Galuh Setiawinahyu, for your presentation and for your advice to our youngsters how to be a great Generation Z, in the future, because there's a lot of challenge in and then also there's a lot of obstacles that maybe we can face it, but if we can control our emotion, if we can be a better person in the future, we certainly hope that we can be a great Generation Z in the future and also for the nation. Thank you so much, Ibu Galuh, for your time.
It's my pleasure, Miss Masayu.
Thank you so much. See you on the next webinar in the next event. Selamat siang, Ibu. Terima kasih.
Selamat siang.
Well, participants, it's very interesting to see another side of our team for today. We see a lot of thoughts and also insights from another speakers. And Ibu Galuh tadi menyampaikan bahwa the most important things ketika kita bicara mengenai Generation Z, ternyata banyak nih hal-hal yang harus diperhatikan oleh teman-teman. Salah satunya adalah tadi ternyata self-controller ini sangat penting. Seringkali mungkin Generation Z ini menggebu-gebu, well that's okay, but for some reason ini kurang baik, apalagi kalau nanti kita bersama-sama ada di mungkin ruang lingkup pekerjaan dan lain sebagainya. Banyak tantangannya, but promise me, you can feel it. You can nail it. You can nail it and you can face it together. Okay, kita masih memiliki narasumber berikutnya, and we have another speakers for today, and this is the last speakers of today's webinar. So we have Ibu Dr. Emy Nurjasmi, MSc, PH. Dan beliau adalah President of the Indonesian Midwives Association and is currently completing her second term. And she's also a lecturer at Pelita Ilmu Health Science Institute in the Department of Midwifery, is a vice director of the Women's Health Education Foundation, and etc. So, everyone, please welcome Ibu Dr. Emy Nurjasmi. Selamat siang, Ibu. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, selamat siang semuanya.
Selamat siang, Ibu Emy. Wow, it's amazing to having you today, Ibu. Dan kita semakin bersemangat untuk mendengarkan pemaparan Ibu karena Ibu memang ahlinya ya, memang expertnya sekali di Indonesia untuk rekan-rekan bidan, terutama rekan-rekan yang mungkin saat ini sedang menempuh pendidikan kesehatan begitu, Ibu. Dan kita tidak sabar untuk menunggu apa yang akan disampaikan Ibu oleh Ibu Dr. Emy Nurjasmi pada siang hari ini. Without further ado, please welcome Ibu Dr. Emy Nurjasmi, MSc PH. The time is yours, Ibu.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ibu Masayu or Mbak Masayu, for the opportunity. And first of all, I would like to thanks to Director of Health Polytechnic Solo, and also for the my college in midwifery program study in Solo that I see Ibu Rini here.
Thank you, Bu Dokter.
Yeah, I would like to appreciate to the initiative of this webinar with the specific topic. I think this is the very relate to our situation right now. And for this opportunity, I would like to share information, maybe not new information for all of you, but maybe we can learn together. We can also see together what is the problem in our adolescents based on the sex education. Okay, may I share my screen? Can you see?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Ibu.
Okay. I would like to share information that relate to the topic what the committee asked me to speak of. The effect of successful sex education at an early age in combating promiscuity. I think this is very important now that we can see in last maybe currently we can see the situation about our adolescent in this country, not only in this country but also in the world. Yeah, that's why I think this is the important that bagaimana efek pembelajaran atau pendidikan seks ya untuk dapat mengurangi atau mencegah pergaulan bebas. Okay, let me start. We are talking about midwifery first before we come to the main topic. Midwife is a woman who has completed a midwifery education program both nationally and abroad that is legally recognized by the central government and has fulfilled the requirements for practicing midwifery. Midwifery services is a form of professional service that is an integral part of the healthcare system provided by midwife, independently, collaboratively, and or referred. And also there is the specific for my colleagues who are run their own clinic. Independent practitioner midwife is a healthcare facility organized by midwife with professional education graduate to provide direct services to clients. That's what we call the independent practicing midwife. They run, they operate their own clinic. This is also part of the health facilities in Indonesia. Okay, now let me see the midwife scope of work that we can do, provide, serve for the maternal health, child health, women reproductive health, and family planning. And also we can implementation of tasks based on delegation of authority, implementation of tasks under certain conditions of limitation, that based on our own scope of work also we can deliver the delegation of the scope of work from others health professional or from the government in certain conditions or limitation. The task of the midwife can be carried out independently or in collaborations. Implementation of tasks is carried out in a responsible and accountable manner. Midwife in administering midwifery practices must be in accordance with their competencies and authorities. This is the regulation in our profession. And scope of midwifery practice in continuity of care. Now let me see first. Midwife is a care provider with a strategic and unique role as a partner for women and society, especially in carrying out their reproductive health cycle through holistic and continuum of care with the midwifery respectful care approach. Let me see for the continuum of care, what we can deliver to women according with the reproductive health cycles, including family planning and child health. We do delivery for the health promotion, disease prevention. This is the important thing for us. Care, we will also deliver for care for pregnant and pre-pregnant and pregnant women, conduct or facilitate for normal delivery. We do also postpartum care. We give care for babies and toddlers, preschool. We also give women's reproductive health and family planning services. We do screening for complication in maternal and child health. We can carry out emergency care in accordance with competence and authority. And we have to referring high-risk cases and complication. And we do mobilizing community participation and empowering women and facilities and families. The principles of implementing midwifery practices based on or according to Midwifery Act number 4, 2019, that we have to have the what I have to say, to think about the humanity that we have to protection and respect for women's rights and the dignity of every citizen. And also we have to give services or care based on scientific value, must be carried out based on science and technology obtained either through research, education, or practical experience. We have to implement our professional ethics. Midwifery practice must apply professional ethics and professional attitude. We have this standard in midwifery. And also, of course, we are thinking about benefits. Must provide maximum benefit to humanity. Justice, we have to give the fair and equitable service to all levels of society, no discrimination. We have to focus on provide protection for clients or community and for midwives itself. And Our orientation to client safety, midwife in carrying out midwifery care must prioritize client safety. There is the principle on implementing midwifery practice. Midwifery care, based on the Health Ministerial Decree number 28, 2017, midwife provide holistic, humanistic, evidence-based midwifery care with a midwifery care management approach and pay attention to physical, psychological, emotional, social, cultural, spiritual, economic, and environmental aspects that can affect women's reproductive health, including promotive, preventive, curative, and rehabilitation according to their authority, according to our competencies and our authority. The holistic midwifery care. Holistic midwifery care paying attention to all aspects that can affect the reproductive health of women, infants, and toddlers by always considering the physical, psychological, social, cultural, and spiritual needs, what we call biopsychosocial, cultural, spiritual. We have to see, we have to consider about the all aspect of human being. The human body is an integrated system and function that is very complex and in fact interacts with each other, which is very compact. Automatically, disruption of one system and function of the human body can affect other body system and functions that we call also the beside holistic and also comprehensive care. The midwife scope of work in women's reproductive health care and family planning. We provide communication, give information, education, counseling, and provide midwifery planning services such as pill, injectable, IUD, or implant in accordance with statutory provisions. There is the scope of work in reproductive health and family planning. Now let we see competency standard for midwife in women's reproductive health care that states by Ministry of Health Decree number 320 year 2020, or it is double written. Women's reproductive health and sexuality services. We do the early detection, complication, and problems of reproductive health and women's sexuality. Conduct inspection, vaginal acetate, and breast cancer screening. We do promotive and preventive in women's reproductive health and sexuality. We give the counseling on reproductive health and women's sexuality. This is our scope on women's reproductive health and sexuality. What we are doing, we give the midwifery care for adolescent reproductive cases, conducting youth reproductive health problem screening, early detection of complication or problems of the reproductive health system, give information, education, and counseling on reproductive health, and do clean and healthy living behavior information, education, and counseling. Monitor growth and development of school-age children and adolescents, information, education, and counseling of narcotica, information, education, and counseling on nutritional problems and infectious disease, including HIV and AIDS, building what we call the peers group on reproductive health. problem, that what we call the Karang Taruna groups, Karang Taruna kesehatan reproduksi remaja groups untuk Karang Taruna in peer group that they learn together. The professional midwifery care that based on the ICM standard, services that are oriented toward women or women-centered care, partnership with women to promote and maintain the health of themselves, their babies, and their families, respect for human dignity as part of human rights, advocate for women to have their voices heard and their healthcare choices respected, sensitive to culture, including working with women and families, provide midwifery services according to standards. Focus on health promotion and disease prevention, screen for risk factors, and refer promptly according to standard, and collaboration with other health providers. Midwife professional values that we have to consider in our values when we are doing our profession scope of work. Midwives are expected to show high standard of professional behavior. We are professional, that we have to show our professional behavior and attitude. Midwives are professionally responsible and accountable for their practice, attitudes, and actions, including inaction and omissions. Midwives recognize the relationship between professional responsibility and accountability and their professional integrity. Midwives advocate for women's or patients' rights. Midwives recognize their role in the appropriate management of healthcare resources. This is our professional values, what we have to implement when we deliver the midwifery care to our patient or our client. Now we are talking about reproductive and sex education. Talking about sex cannot be separated from discussing the man himself and woman herself. Humans are born with potential and sexual instincts towards the opposite sex, regardless of the various sexual deviations that occur. Sex is a natural need for living things to continue their generation or our generation. If sex is considered taboo or dirty to be discussed, then it is as if this does not provide any clues on how to understand sex in the sphere of positive benefits. This is our culture. Yeah, let me see later. Various sexual deviations and crimes that have occurred involving the younger generation, both as perpetrators and as victims, which makes us concerned. I think that this is a good topic for today seminar. What was a choice from midwifery program study, Health Polytechnic, Solo. Reproduction can be interpreted as a process of human life in producing offspring. Because of this overly general definition, reproduction is often only seen as a matter of sexual intercourse or intimacy. Many parents feel uncomfortable to talk about these problems with teenagers. In fact, reproductive health, especially in adolescents, is a healthy condition that includes the reproductive system, function, and process. Lack of education on matter related to reproduction can in fact trigger undesirable things to happen. One of the things that often happens due to lack of socialization and education in sexually transmitted diseases, pregnancy at a young age, and abortion, which result in the loss of a teenager's life. In fact, the role of parents is an important thing in sexual education in adolescents. Moreover, at this time, there are still not many people who care about the risk that can attack this wrong association. Teenagers, starting from the threat of HIV/AIDS, the increasing number of maternal deaths due to giving birth at a young age, to the death of young women because they are determined to take abortions. I think that we have to give more considering about these issues. Closing information about sexual problems to children is actually unwise for the process of sex education for children and families. Sexual problems are not always a matter of intimate relationships, but include many elements such as understanding genitals biologically, psychologically, and hormonal functions, understanding gender and sexuality. Understanding sexual desire, understanding the communication on sexuality, understanding puberty, sexual orientation, the genetic elements of sexuality, sexuality crimes and their laws, understanding related public policies with aspects of social sexuality. We are talking about sex education, not just talking about the intimate relationships between boys and girls or men and women. Adolescent sexual health overview. Adolescence is a time of major transition physically, emotionally, and socially. Healthy sexuality is an important part of adolescent development, and primary healthcare providers play a key role in helping young people develop healthy routines, behavior, and relationship that they can carry into their adult life. This is our part of a scope of work. In previous, I already mentioned it. This is the primary healthcare providers play a key role, including us as a midwife. While most adolescents at this stage of life are thriving, many of them have difficulty navigating this transition, particularly understanding that risky sexual behavior taking can jeopardize their health during these formative years and can contribute to poor health outcomes in adulthood. I think this is very important, and also based on this step of life that will beneficial for the future of life for women and also for men, boys and girls. We are talking about sex education. We talk about men or boys and girls for the adolescent. Sexual behavior is a form of human behavior that is closely related to one's reproductive health. In general, there are 4 factors related to reproductive health. Let me see later. The teenage years start to see some really good advantage of sex education when they become teenagers. The teens years are where the hormones really start to kick in and sexuality begins to take on a sexual nature. That's why there is a very important periodic for human to know, to get the information about the reproductive health and sexuality education. Why is reproductive health knowledge in adolescence so important? Basically, teenagers need to have knowledge about reproductive health, not only to maintain the health and function of these organs. Correct information on this discussion can also prevent teenagers from doing things that are not desirable. Having proper knowledge of the reproductive process as well as how to maintain their health is expected to make adolescents more responsible, especially regarding the reproductive process and being able to think again before doing things that can be detrimental. Knowledge about reproductive issues is not only mandatory for young women. This is because boys must also know and understand how to live with healthy reproduction. Wrong association can also ultimately have a detrimental effects on teenage boys as well. So, what basic knowledge do teenagers need to know? Yeah, there is so many information they can accept, they can receive. Basic knowledge for teenagers need to know. First, introduction to the system, process, and function of the reproductive organs. Try to convey information according to the age and readiness of the child. Disease risk. This aspect should also be introduced and conveyed to adolescents who are already growing up. By knowing the risk that may occur, adolescents will certainly be more careful and take better care of their reproductive health. Third, sexual violence and how to avoid it. Adolescents need to be introduced to the reproductive rights they have. In addition, knowledge is also needed about sexual violence that might occur, what types it is, and how to prevent it from happening. Comprehensive sex education provides children and adolescents with the information that they need to understanding their body, gender identity, and sexuality. They need to now build and maintain healthy and safety relationships, engage in healthy communication and decision-making around sex, and practice healthy sexual behavior. This is the comprehensive sex education we have to give to the adolescent. What are the benefits of sex education in early age or adolescent? The advantages are helping children or adolescents to know biological topics such as growth, puberty, and pregnancy, preventing children from violence, reducing guilt, shame, and anxiety due to the sex action, preventing underage pregnancy, and preventing in promiscuity. Pergaulan bebas, ya. Early sex education to children protects them from sexual abuse. It expects that knowledge and the right attitude towards sex organs in young age, they can protect themselves from inducement from adults who will do sexual harassment. They can protect themselves. Sexual behavior in adolescence is very dependent on sexual knowledge possessed by children. That's why important the sexual education to the adolescent. Lack of sex knowledge is one of the causes of free sex behavior, which is currently quite severe. That by the statistic we can see the improved number of the free sex, including in our country. This behavior can be triggered through impressions that are on the internet and other social media. Sexual knowledge possessed by a person certainly has an impact that arises, such as positive and negative impact. Let me talk about the positive impact. First, helping adolescents avoid deviant acts and sexual abnormalities. Sex knowledge that a person has will help him or her avoid deviations. Sexual knowledge possessed by individual will lead him or her to be able to identify action and behaviors that lead to negative. Second, helping to understand health and identification poverty. One of the positive impact of sexual knowledge or sexual education on adolescent sexual behavior is to help understand health and identify poverty. Third, provide an understanding of the role of gender and initial provisions in the family. The knowledge that a child has about sexuality will certainly become a provision later when having a family and reducing fear and anxiety regarding sexual development and adjustment, roles, demand, and responsibility of each person. The negative impact, while the negative impact is the emergence of unhealthy curiosity and the emergence of deviant sexual behavior due to imperfect socialization. That's why we have to be careful to give the education in this step, sex education for the adolescent, that also we have to give the perfect socialization, the right information. This is the important. Therefore, the parents' opinion that sex education is related to intimate matters is dirty and even inappropriate to be discussed and given to children or adolescent must be strengthened out. Harus kita luruskan pemahaman orang tua tentang hal ini. Whereas sex education with ethical and moral requirements has been carried out by previous parents in various ways. We have also experienced when we are in adolescence steps. Yeah. Sex education can also help adolescents to avoid free sex more. With sex education, parents can give adolescents an idea that sex is something scientific and naturally happens to everyone. Besides that, adolescents can also be taught about various risk sexual behaviors so that they can avoid it. They can protect themselves. Take-home message: sex education should be a provision for children entering adolescence. A provision. We have to give the right information from the right person, from the right part. Maybe they can get the information from social media, but we don't know yet there is the right information or wrong. When they get information from the social media, should be accompanied by parents. Adolescents who get good sexual education automatically have complete sexual knowledge. In terms of the sexual information they get from social media, peers have received assistance from their parents. Adolescents who have received sexual education from their parents have good self-confidence and have high self-esteem. So they are not easily persuaded to have free sex. Adolescents who have adequate sexual knowledge will have a way to deal with violence, harassments, or sexual crimes, which have been increasing lately, currently, the victims of which are mostly teenagers. Sex education can also help children or adolescents to avoid free sex and prevent in promiscuity. Yeah, there is some references, and thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Ibu, for your time and for your presentation. Free sex, and when we talk about the midwife.
Your voice is unclear. Your voice is unclear.
Really? Okay, let me check again, Ibu. Do you hear my voice, Ibu?
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
No,
perfect.
No, perfect.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ibu. When we hear about the free sex and the correlation between free sex and the midwife, we also hope, we certainly hope that midwife can lead to all the mothers out there to having a strength to be a great mother. Because
again, your voice is unclear.
Do you hear my voice, Ibu?
I cannot hear.
You cannot hear my voice? Okay, wait a minute.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear your voice, Ibu, clearly.
But I cannot hear your voice clearly.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Ibu. Okay, so we are going to the next agenda. We are going to read a question and questions from the participants, Ibu.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, the questions from the participants. Untuk panitia boleh dibantu untuk pertanyaannya, silakan. Oke, kita akan membacakan pertanyaan dari participants. Silakan untuk tim panitia. Oke, pertanyaannya mungkin akan saya berikan kepada Ibu. Ini pertanyaan dari bahasa Indonesia, mungkin nanti boleh dijawab dengan bahasa Inggris. Pertanyaannya, Ibu, bagaimana sebagai seorang midwife kita bisa mendampingi atau punya peran di tengah-tengah masyarakat dalam mengkampanyekan pencegahan free sex? Mungkin boleh Ibu dijawab ya, Bu. Karena tampaknya di sini banyak yang memang sedang menempuh pendidikan sebagai seorang calon bidan ke depannya begitu ya, atau menempuh pendidikan dalam bidang kesehatan. Silakan Ibu.
Oke, baik. Mungkin sebaiknya saya dalam bahasa Indonesia saja, biar gampang ditangkap ya.
Silakan Ibu.
Bagaimana peran kita? Kita tadi sudah melihat lingkup peran bidan itu tidak sebatas hanya menolong persalinan. Not just for helping, for facilitate delivery, but also that what I mentioned before, our scope of work in women reproductive health and sexuality, including for adolescents. Nah, saya rasa ini yang belum terjamah oleh kita. Kenapa? Ini kita bidan-bidan ini juga dari perspektif masyarakat. Itu bidan itu hanya periksa hamil sama nolong persalinan, padahal bukan. Nah, ini yang harus kita sampaikan ke masyarakat melalui kegiatan-kegiatan, baik kalau
Nampaknya ada gangguan sinyal ya. Ibu Emy just left from this conversation. Untuk panitia mungkin dapat dibantu agar Ibu dapat kembali joining us in this conversation, in this question and answer session. Oke, baik. Dari penjelasan yang sudah disampaikan from the presentation, tadi Ibu Emy menyampaikan bahwa the midwife, the main task of the midwife is not just only for helping the delivery or just facilitated begitu ya. But the most important things begitu, we need to educate the next generation, and the first thing first is from the mothers. We need to educate them and helping them to be a great and strong mamas out there ya. Oke, apakah Ibu Emy sudah joining kembali? Ya, kita akan lihat apakah kita akan menunggu Ibu Emy untuk kembali joining us, or we are going to the next session, the conclusion from this international webinar. Ya, mungkin dari panitia boleh menginformasikan ke saya kalau Bu Emy sudah join kembali. So, it's very interesting to see from the other side. Tadi kita sudah mendengarkan berbagai insight dari experts yang sudah menyampaikan pandangannya tentang free sex, mulai dari sisi psikologi, kemudian juga dari sisi kesehatan. When we talk about the abortions and usia dari aborsi ini memang menarik ya, 15 sampai dengan 19 tahun the pregnancy ends with abortions, dan dari negara-negara yang memang dari sisi pendidikan yang masih di bawah begitu ya, ini ternyata fakta yang terjadi, memang tidak sedikit yang melakukan praktik aborsi. Ini yang menjadi satu sorotan bagi kita semua teman-teman, untuk akhirnya ke depan we have to fight it together and we have to be represent as a generation Z ya, to represent ourselves and to represent our profession as a midwife. Jadi kita harus tentunya bisa menjadi pelopor-pelopor, agen-agen perubahan khususnya di negara kita Indonesia, untuk sama-sama kita berperang atau fight the free sex, karena the impacts from the free sex ini sangat luas sekali, dan dampaknya bukan di hari ini tapi bahkan di hari ke depan. Bahkan tadi dari sisi kesehatan pun banyak sekali dampak-dampak effect, the bad effect from this situation, especially when you do the abortions. When you do the abortion, it's not just for today but it's for the future. Oke, kita masih menantikan apakah kita akan menunggu Bu Emy atau oke, baik. Kita masih menunggu Bu Emy terlebih dahulu untuk nanti memberikan jawabannya, dan juga kita ingin dengar apakah Ibu Emy juga punya pesan-pesannya untuk rekan-rekan para bidan atau mungkin teman-teman yang memang menjadi tenaga kesehatan di masa depan, what we should do, dan apa yang harus kita lakukan ke depannya begitu ya. Oke, baik teman-teman, tidak terasa perbincangan kita sudah menuju ke akhir acara begitu ya. Oke, apakah kita masih menunggu Bu Emy atau sudah? Tampaknya memang ada kesulitan dari sisi sinyal dan lain sebagainya ya. So, dear all my beloved audience, my beloved participants, finally the questions are answered from our speakers for today. Tadi kita sudah dengar apa yang dijawab oleh masing-masing narasumber, walaupun Bu Emy agak kesulitan untuk bisa joining us kembali. But before we close this presentation today, I would like to say thank you for all of your participation, and hopefully this international webinar will be benefit for us in the future. And to close this agenda, I would like to say that we have to fight this together. We have to know that talk about the free sex, it's not just about the simple things. Oh, okay, kita tidak boleh berpacaran atau lain sebagainya. Itu adalah hal yang paling kecil. But we have to choose the right person to be in our circle. Kita harus memilih siapa saja orang-orang yang tepat ada di circle kita. Tadi dijelaskan oleh Mr. Christopher, kemudian juga we have to make sure that our parents begitu ya juga bisa terbuka bersama dengan kita. Jadi kedepannya ketika teman-teman menjadi midwife, jangan lupa juga untuk terus mengedukasi para orang tuanya agar para orang tua juga bisa terus mendampingi, facilitate, dan to be a great parents, as their friends begitu ya, agar anak-anak kita juga mau terbuka dan mau menerima pendidikan seks yang bisa diberikan dari dalam rumah. Ini menarik sekali dan kita berharap tentunya perbincangan hari ini juga menjadi satu informasi penting bahwa generasi Z ini adalah generasi agen perubahan dan tidak kalah pentingnya teman-teman bahwa yang terakhir tadi seorang midwife bukan hanya to helping and to facilitate the delivery, but the most important thing, seorang midwife juga harus terus mendampingi dan memberikan kekuatan dan juga mengedukasi para ibu dan para ayah pastinya, karena bukan hanya ibu saja kalau kita bicara mengenai generation, agar terus bisa mencetak generasi yang unggul, agar tidak hanya berpikir bahwa punya anak itu melahirkan saja, bukan hanya itu, but in the future bagaimana seorang orang tua juga terus memastikan bahwa pendidikan, apalagi pendidikan seks ini harus dimulai dari rumah. Terima kasih banyak teman-teman yang sudah join pada perbincangan di International Webinar hari ini. We sincerely hope that our conversation and our International Webinar will be a benefit for us in the future. My name is Masaya Putri. Thank you so much for your time. Dan kita akan kembalikan ke MC pada siang hari ini. Halo MC kita. Thank you so much. Kita kembalikan ke MC. Back to all of you guys.
Okay, wow. We have a lot of time to get for today's webinar. As moderator today, that brings very amazing performance of presenting today's webinar. Thank you so much, Mrs. Mandari.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. See you on the next webinar. This is my second time for the Poltekkes Surakarta.
I really admire you so much, Ms. Matayu.
Thank you so much. Hope to see you soon in Surakarta, yeah?
We're happy to see you again next event.
Okay, see you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, we're also thank you so much to our special speaker to deliver a lot of extraordinary knowledge for all of us, right? Yes, of course. Today we got a lot of new vision to create our good quality of future. And we're also grateful to the audience that has actually participated on this international webinar. And this event, this international webinar, can help transported in our sponsorship. First, Bank BTN, Bank Jateng, Bank BRI, KBK, Klinik Pratama Mall 7, PPRSBW, Bidan Sahabat Bunda, and Adelaide Small and Medium Spa. We thank to those who have supported this event. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will move to the session we're actually waiting for. The next session is the announcement of International Health Competition. Okay, now we will announce for the winner from International Health Competition. The company, are you ready? Yes. Okay, first we will announce from the article competition. For the article competition, the third winner, we start from the third winner, and the third winner is Rini Nurjasmi from Poltekkes Kemenkes. And then the second place for the article competition is Uitilizing from Poltekkes Kemenkes. And the first winner for article competition is Emy Nurjasmi from Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. Second, next, we will announce for the poster competition. Starts with the third winner is Emy Nurjasmi Polytechnic Al-Islam Bandung. The second winner is Lailatul Tasha from Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung. And the first winner is Izzatul Nur Latifah from Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. Give applause to our winner. Okay, next we'll announce for the vlog competition in international health competition. So for the vlog competition, the third winner is Nabila Nur Hikmah from Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. The second winner is Handajani from Poltekkes Kemenkes Manado. And then the first winner of vlog competition is Norman Dikyat Aulia from Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. Okay, for storytelling competition, we have a third winner from Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. She is Amalia Dwi Setiawati from Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. And the second winner is Azida Puspitasari from Poltekkes Kemenkes Manado. The first winner is Jennifer Margaret from Poltekkes Kemenkes Manado. Okay, give applause once again to our champion in international health competition. We're gonna say congratulations to all of you that winner from international health competition, and we wish all the best for your future. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, because we're already at the end of the webinar event, to capture our session for today, we're inviting all the participants to take pictures together. Okay, for all of the participants, and we'll prepare to start up your own camera and we'll take the picture from first slide into the last slide. So everybody, bring your next smile and we will start to capture from the first slide. For the camera, are you ready? Okay, we start to capture and take a picture from the first slide. 1, 2, 3. The second slide. Okay, for the first slide, we repeat again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we next to the next slide. This is second slide. Bring your next smile and 1, 2, 3. Okay, we move to the next slide. The third slide. Okay, all the participants, prepare in front of your camera. Smile nicely and 1, 2, 3. Okay, to the next slide. For the next slide, all the participants, get ready in front of your camera. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much for your participating today in this international webinar. Okay, finally, we got to the last session. It is event that is closing. Let's close this event by saying Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. If in guiding this event I made mistakes or someone here, please forgive us. Okay, here I'm Sudiro Dewanti and my friends. Clear the fun moment. We look forward to seeing you at the next year's event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Halo Bunda, kami Tim Bidan Sahabat Bunda Yogyakarta.
Bidan Sahabat Bunda menyediakan pelayanan kebidanan hingga komplementer terapi, antara lain promil, kesehatan bunda anak, KB, imunisasi, USG, prenatal yoga, newborn photoshoot, mom and baby spa, hingga hypnobirthing class. Pastikan kesehatan bunda dan si kecil didampingi oleh bidan cerdas, berkelas dan berkualitas bersama kami, Bidan Sahabat Bunda.
Hello friends, I'm Jennifer from Tulaugang and you can call me Jenny. This time I will tell you a story. The story about a young woman who made this decision. Let's destroy her young. Are you curious? So let's jump to the story. In the capital city, there's a young woman. She has been on treatment for HIV infection for 1 year. She's called Cinta. So it's all started when Cinta was 14 years old. Cinta is a child who doesn't get love from her parents because her parents always leave her to work. One day, when Cinta was playing with her phone,
What is this website? Oops. Why they are naked?
she accidentally opened an unknown site. That's when Cinta became interested in the word sex and using her phone to watch video that she shouldn't watch. When Cinta was 16, she started engaging, promiscuity, even having free sex. Until she meets Leah, her new best friend. They meet when first college. But what a pity, after several months, Leah slowly begins to know what Cinta Black's having. But doesn't make her stay away from Cinta, because she won't help Cinta get out of her bad habits. Hey, can you stop doing these bad things? What you're doing can destroy your life. I don't care about that, Leah. No one cares about me. My parents don't care about me. I can only pay my loneliness in this way. Just for a moment. I care about you, Cinta. I'm your best friend, right? I will help you. Leah started helping Cinta do positive things, and Cinta started to change for the better. However, one day Cinta suddenly fainted and is taken to the hospital. After being examined, Cinta was diagnosed with HIV as a result of her action. Cinta regrets, but what to do? She also had dropped out of the college, and Cinta parents began to regret not paying attention to their child and realized their mistake not being good parents. So, from Cinta's story, you can see the impact of the law of parental supervision in children growing up and promiscuity. which can damage ourselves and our future. Now, along with technological development, we are entering the Industrial Revolution 5.0, where we can get information easily with just one click. So parents are awareness to paying more attention to their children when using smartphone. There are still many positive things that you should try, because we are the young generation who must become agent of change for our nation. So remember, youth will be your greatest asset if you use your youth by doing various things that are useful for the future. So that's all from me. Hope you like it. I'm Jennifer. Wanna say thank you and see you again.